Ladies and gentlemen, please may I invite Mr. John Crabtree, OBE, Her Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of the West Midlands.
It's almost impossible. It's so hard to believe that yet another year has flown by. A virtual year, of course, for so many of us. And here we are again, celebrating the World Music Conference. And this year's conference is specifically aimed at wellness through music and focused on our young children and adolescents. And like last year, it's virtual again. We can't all gather together, but I know it will be a terrific success. And I do hope everybody's come through the challenge of the last 12 months in good heart and in good spirits. The conference is a wonderful coming together of music professionals and academics. And as I said, this year, the event is absolutely aimed at engaging with our youth, engaging with our young, and enabling them to experience and understand the wide cultural hinterland of our wonderful community here in the West Midlands. And for me, personally, this conference, as it always does, reaches out to so many of my personal goals as Lord Lieutenant, which is why I'm always so delighted to lend my modest shoulder, offer you all my support, all my very best wishes. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Shantala Hegde. Dr. Hegde is a musician and Associate Professor of Neuropsychology and Neurosciences at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in India.
Namaste to the organizers of this World Music Conference. My heartfelt thanks especially to Chitra ji for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts about the benefits of musical training, especially on neurocognitive functions, and benefits of musical training on enhancement of mental health, promotion of positive mental health, especially in children and adolescents. Now, music, when we talk about
Ladies and gentlemen, please may I invite Mr. John Crabtree, OBE, Her Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of the West Midlands.
It's almost impossible. It's so hard to believe that yet another year has flown by. A virtual year, of course, for so many of us. And here we are again, celebrating the World Music Conference. And this year's conference is specifically aimed at wellness through music and focused on our young children and adolescents. And like last year, it's virtual again. We can't all gather together, but I know it will be a terrific success. And I do hope everybody's come through the challenge of the last 12 months in good heart and in good spirits. The conference is a wonderful coming together of music professionals and academics. And as I said, this year, the event is absolutely aimed at engaging with our youth, engaging with our young, and enabling them to experience and understand the wide cultural hinterland of our wonderful community here in the West Midlands. And for me, personally, this conference, as it always does, reaches out to so many of my personal goals as Lord Lieutenant, which is why I'm always so delighted to lend my modest shoulder, offer you all my support, all my very best wishes. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Shantala Hegde. Dr. Hegde is a musician and Associate Professor of Neuropsychology and Neurosciences at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in India.
Namaste to the organizers of this World Music Conference. My heartfelt thanks especially to Chitra ji for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts about the benefits of musical training, especially on neurocognitive functions, and benefits of musical training on enhancement of mental health, promotion of positive mental
Ladies and gentlemen, please may Ladies and gentlemen, please may I invite Mr. John Crabtree, OBE, Her Majesty's Lord Lieutenant of the West Midlands.
It's almost impossible. It's so hard to believe that yet another year has flown by. A virtual year, of course, for so many of us. And here we are again, celebrating the World Music Conference. And this year's conference is specifically aimed at wellness through music and focused on our young children and adolescents. And like last year, it's virtual again. We can't all gather together, but I know it will be a terrific success. And I do hope everybody's come through the challenge of the last 12 months in good heart and in good spirits. The conference is a wonderful coming together of music professionals and academics. And as I said, this year, the event is absolutely aimed at engaging with our youth, engaging with our young, and enabling them to experience and understand the wide cultural hinterland of our wonderful community here in the West Midlands. And for me, personally, this conference, as it always does, reaches out to so many of my personal goals as Lord Lieutenant, which is why I'm always so delighted to lend my modest shoulder, offer you all my support, all my very best wishes. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Shantala Hegde. Dr. Hegde is a musician and Associate Professor of Neuropsychology and Neurosciences at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in India.
Namaste to the organizers of this World Music Conference. My heartfelt thanks especially to Chitra ji for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts about the benefits of musical training, especially on neurocognitive functions, and benefits of musical training on enhancement of mental health, promotion of positive mental health, especially in children and adolescents. Now, music, when we talk about music, and in the audience, I'm sure all of you are one way or the other connected closely to music, musicians or students of music. We all know and believe that there are so many benefits of musical training. We have had personal experiences of that. Nevertheless, when we talk about it from a scientific point of view, we need to answer certain questions. How far the training in music could have far-reaching benefits in domains other than the skills that are closely knitted or closely related to music itself, per se. The other thing about music from a psychological point of view or a neuropsychological point of view is that it's a universal behavior. And as a psychologist, it's such a fascinating area to understand why we humans indulge in music or learn music. What are the benefits of music in general? Other than, of course, giving us pleasure or giving us just the feeling of, being entertained. The key thing about music is that it's, as I said, one is universal and it's also observed across lifespan. So you see music in babies, we have lullabies, and it's universal. All cultures have this. And you see music even during our adolescent till the elderly, the aged. listen to music or indulge in music to keep themselves emotionally calm or fit, or engage in music as a social behavior to have a social interaction. Now, the next 10-12 minutes with the time constraints, let me highlight upon the near and far transfer, because in the field of science, there are always debate happening, right? So people have questioned the far transfer of musical training. Now, what do we mean by far transfer? Near transfer, as the word itself says, it's quite obvious. When we say near transfer of musical training, like we are talking about a pedagogy, a knowledge base where we have structure in how we share musical knowledge. Again, there are cross-cultural differences, and with time constraints, I may not be able to go into the nitty-gritty of it, but yet I will highlight a few key points from the Indian music point of view. But here, when we talk about near transfer, we are actually talking about benefits of musical training on auditory perception, on fine motor abilities, depending on the instruments that the person is trained in, or ability to integrate auditory signals with sensory motor functions. It could be fine-tuned pitch perception, pitch contour, ability to understand this melodic contour, rhythm perception, meter perception. It's a semantic knowledge. We learn about meters. And as I said, different cultures have different complex rhythmic patterns, like Indian music or African music. So when we provide musical training, we expect certain enhanced skills in these domains. And these are quite obvious, which we call as near transfer. But from the neuroscientific point of view or the science point of view, the question is, does it have far transfer? Now, what do we mean by far transfer? Is that having provided this musical training, does it have an impact on other non-musical domains of functioning? It could be language functioning, it could be mathematical skills. Does it enhance overall IQ? Does it improve neurocognitive functions like, attention, processing speed, or does it have an impact on decision-making skills? So these are skills that may not be directly related to music, but does play an important role in helping the individual cope in their day-to-day life and becoming the so-called smart with higher IQ. Now, there were a lot of popularity about Mozart effect, but we do know that we've come far from saying it's just not Mozart, but musical training may have far transfer effect. Yet, in the field of neuroscience, in the last couple of years, there were series of meta-analytic studies that were put forth by researchers questioning this far transfer. They did meta-analytic studies looking at multiple individual, original research articles that were looking at, does it have impact on language functions? Does it have an impact on visuospatial skills? Does it have impact on mathematical processing? So there were questions about this musical training having any benefits, far-reaching benefits, other than the specific domain-specific skills, neurocognitive skills. Now, how did these researchers conclude? They said music is over, Elvis has left the building, and their main conclusions through these meta-analytic studies were kind of putting forth their argument, saying that music cannot be used as a tool for cognitive enhancement. Educators and policymakers should be aware that musical training provides no specific benefits on non-musical related academic skills. So it kind of put a host of neuroscientific researchers who are working day in and day out quite hard to understand this close relationship between the musical training and its benefit on the non-musical domain of functioning. Because that's what is important, right? And people also question, is it that children who learn music are going to be smart, or is it that smart kids learn music and continue it further on? So there is this hen and the chick kind of debate, which people try to put forth. Thankfully, in science, we have the counter argument as well. So recently, Emmanuel Bigon and Barbara Tillman reanalyzed this data by this previous researchers and the group of researchers. and demonstrated that there were some limitations of these meta-analytic studies that were done, and reanalyzed this whole data with conclusions saying that yes, there is significant effect size. It may be small, but yet it is significant. And that musical training does have not only near transfer effect, but does have far transfer effect. And there are now quite convincing research studies that are coming forth, looking at specific domains of functioning, not just in the neurocognitive functions, but also looking at changes that happen at the brain level, at the functional as well as structural changes that are observed due to specific training, the hours of practice that people put forth, the age at which the training has begun. All these factors does matter a lot. So how is music perceived in the field of neuroscience today? To give it in a nutshell, music, of course, as I highlighted, is ubiquitous. The key thing is that it is biologically based. So it's not just a cultural phenomena, but there is hardwired thing for music in humans. We all indulge in music, and the key thing that we say is all neurologically intact individuals are musical in nature. It's just like our ability to acquire language skills. So it is only at the one spectrum where people may have difficulty in acquisition of language, similar to difficulty in acquisition of musical skills. However, in general, it's normally distributed. So it's like a skill that each one of us have. And the key thing is that music at the brain level has very specific neural network, that means dedicated for musical processing, but it also has shared neural networks, because you have certain areas of the brain that is dedicated for non-musical domains of functioning, which get engaged even when you're talking about musical engagement, like pitch processing, rhythm perception, sensory motor functions, higher cognitive functions, so on and so forth. As we know, music definitely is a very demanding task. So when we are talking about not only passive listening, but when you actively engage in music, you are engaging a host of neurocognitive functions, starting from your attention, keeping up with, dynamically evolving. Music is an auditory signal which comes over time. So you need to keep your attention sustained over time. And of course, engaging multiple neural pathways at the same time. So music is considered as an honest signal for not only cognitive flexibility, but also emotional flexibility today, because it engages the very core areas of the brain, which is also engaged in real life emotional processing. So theories have been put forth to say that musical engagement also has this, cognitive gym, emotional gym. And I will take it one step further, although, we'll have to carry out many more studies to prove this theory, especially from the Indian music, also can be a spiritual method, enhancing spiritual aspect of one's processing. Now, the key thing here in the figure that I have mentioned is that music kind of engages almost your entire human brain at one go, because it has not only auditory signals, but also visuospatial signals. It also engages the motor pathways. So today we consider music as not only a powerful method to understand the human brain itself, the functioning of the human brain as a tool, because there's so much more for us to know about the human brain itself, the functioning of the human brain. But in our own lab, we have conducted studies as to how even one-time music listening can actually manipulate attentional skills and have positive benefit on attention and processing speed, not only in healthy subjects, but also chronically ill patients, like those who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia. The key thing about music is that having engaged this neural network and the entire brain, and imagine the number of hours that musicians put in their training, is that it engages the core behavior or the core feature of the human brain. We call it as neural plasticity. That's the key thing. The word comes from physics, which means that it's the structure and the function of it can be manipulated with. And with training, and especially in children and adolescents, where there are critical period of growth spurts, music can be an enriched stimulation for enhancement of neurocognitive functions and strengthening of these neural networks. So as we know today, music is also a powerful tool in neurorehabilitation, because it again takes its principle from this aspect of neural plasticity, that we could help people recover from certain brain damage or conditions through music, and we could see changes in the non-musical domain of functioning. And that's the key thing, because the non-musical domain of functioning is what really is important for the patient to go back to their near normal functioning, or ability to go back and function in the society. So music is a powerful thing, and I would like to extend it one step further, how music skills and engaging all these neural network can be viewed from this multiple intelligence theory of Howard Gardner. In Howard Gardner's theory, you would see that it's not just one skill that they talk about. It is actually a host of skills. Some may have less of it, some may have more of it. Ultimately, it is about how the child or the adolescent, or as a human being, we are able to adapt to the environment to the best possible. And the recent theory of Howard Gardner has also included moral and existential component into intelligence, which means we are not just talking about IQ, we are talking not just about EQ, the emotional quotient, but we're also talking about SQ, the spiritual quotient. Because with the pandemic around, I think the biggest question has been about mental health. And when we talk about mental health, there are issues that have been challenged in this last 2 years. How well are we able to cope in these challenging times? How well can we keep up our resilience? How well can we go back and still contribute back to the society to the best possible ways as we can? And positive mental health, when we talk about that, there are certain, it's like talking about immune system, right? So if you have good positive mental health, and even if you're faced with challenges, you're still able to cope and function to the best possible level that you are expected to. So resilience, ability to bounce back, emotion regulation, to be able to take even negative outcomes sometimes, compassion, empathy, to be able to empathize with another human being and connecting with other fellow beings, and being mindful, like take things as they come. And as I said, the spiritual aspect, all these are considered as positive attributes. And when we talk about goals of education, I would say holistic development or holistic education, all these aspects are considered. And this is extremely important. It's just not talking about IQ and how education system can enhance just the IQ alone, but we are talking about all these aspects. Now, connecting it to the Indian tradition or the Indian music, for example, the core thing, of course, there are certain universal features of music across culture. But if you look at Indian music, I think the crux of Indian music, as its roots are in the Vedic traditions and the Vedas. And the compositions, be it in the North Indian tradition or the South Indian tradition, is rich with compositions that are linked with higher spiritual aspects. So it's one is you could look at it at a hierarchical level. While giving musical training, you could look at it as a very pure neurocognitive exercise. You could talk about it from the musical exercise, the rhythmic exercise, enhancing neurocognitive functions. But if you top it up with the crux of it, that is the meaning of why you're given with this musical training, what is the spiritual aspect of musical training, then you're talking about this holistic education system, which the Indian tradition even today follows. It's an oral tradition, and it's the Guru Shishya Parampara. So the tradition is passed on from the Guru to Shishya. In fact, I have elaborated this in one of my papers. I would be happy to share later with the organizers, and if anybody in the audience would like to know more about this aspect. So the key thing, what I'm trying to put forth is, one, we are quite convinced about near transfer. What we need to be convinced, and a lot more research is yet to be done, is about far transfer. Certain things are obvious, but we also need some scientific evidence to highlight those. So a note on musical training to kind of wrap it up with the given time is that musical training or engaging in music, both passive and active, engages this veritable nature of human brain and facilitates neural plasticity. And therefore, today in the field of neurorehabilitation, we are using music and the aspects of music in brain training and enhancement of neurocognitive functions. Education, of course, music and other art form also can be a prophylaxis. That means you're enhancing cognitive reserve in the individual. And imagine if that such a training is provided when the individual is young and in the adolescent phase, it can have far-reaching benefits even during their entire lifespan. But I would like to provide a note of caution. When it comes to the cognitive reserve, it's not just music alone. I would say it's a holistic perspective that we need to take. And definitely music can be one of the crucial component in enhancing neural benefits. So I always say it's samatvam yoga uchyate. It's always have to be balanced. Anything in excess is not something that we would recommend, but music can definitely have positive benefits and can be a prophylaxis. And as I said, music is not just individualistic pursuit. It's a social pursuit as well. When we talk about music, we do talk about the symphony or musical behavior in a group or in a concert or having musical connection. It's a social bonding activity, and it could have a larger impact on the child's and the adolescent's approach to things in life. And I would say that could also provide a significant impact on their social connection, social network, and positive impact on that aspect. However, being a scientist myself, I always underscore need for a lot more scientific research, especially traditions like Indian music, which is yet to be studied much more systematically. And the point that I mentioned about the spiritual aspect, I think that's the way forward. Perhaps we would have some work done in the years to come. So thank you so much. And I thank the organizers once again for touching upon this important topic on how musical training has an impact on not just neurocognitive functions, but also has an impact on mental health and positive mental health. And I wish each one of you good health, stay safe. Pandemic is not over yet. And I would only say engage in music and stay happy. Thank you so much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الفنان عباس الأسمر، عازف ساكسفون من دولة العراق من بغداد. طبعا أنا سعيد جدا بمشاركتي في مؤتمر العالمي للموسيقى. طبعا حبيت الموسيقى من الطفولة واستمريت بهذا المجال، والحمد لله والشكر الله وفقني. راح أسمعكم مقطوعة موسيقية وإن شاء الله تنال رضاكم. تحياتي لكم، أخوكم الفنان عباس الأسمر.
name is Alexander Maximilian. I am 8 years old. I am from Saudi Arabia. I'm going to say a few lines about how music is influencing my life. For me, music is an everyday matter. Whenever I walk around the house, play or do something, I'm always humming a tune. Either a known one or I make it up. That's why I enrolled for music classes. I love music. It makes me happy. Thank you. Bye.
नमस्कार। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति में संगीत का बहुत बड़ा स्थान है। पारंपरिक सौंदर्य शास्त्र में संगीत को आत्मा का आहार माना गया है। यह संस्कृति भाषा, विज्ञान और धर्म के संबंध में भारत की समृद्ध विविधता का प्रतीक है और भारत के बहुसंस्कृतिवाद को आकार देने वाले ऐतिहासिक बंधनों को समाहित करता है। हमारा भारतीय शास्त्रीय संगीत दो मुख्य विधाओं में बंधा हुआ है, कर्नाटक संगीत और हिंदुस्तानी संगीत। कर्नाटक संगीत जो कि दक्षिण भारत की संस्कृति को दर्शाता है और हिंदुस्तानी संगीत यानी कि उत्तर भारतीय संगीत जो उत्तर भारत की संस्कृति को दर्शाता है। भारतीय स्वतंत्रता के 75वें वर्ष पूरे होने के उपलक्ष्य में वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड म्यूजिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस 2021 में हमें बेहद खुशी हो रही है भारतीय संस्कृति का एक छोटा सा संगीतमय कार्यक्रम प्रस्तुत करते हुए। इस कार्यक्रम को बर्मिंघम में भारत के महावाणिज्य दूत यूके में भारतीय उच्चायोग की नेहरू सांस्कृतिक शाखा और यूनेस्को यूके का समर्थन प्राप्त है। हम उम्मीद करते हैं और आशा करते हैं कि आपको ये संगीतमय कार्यक्रम ज़रूर पसंद आएगा। नमस्कार। मेरा भारत महान। अब मैं सभी कलाकारों से आपका परिचय करवाती हूँ। शुभ्रता दे सितारिस्ट, विष्णुपुर घराना, प्रदक्षिणा चतुर्वेदी हिंदुस्तानी वोकल, गोपिका कर्नाटक म्यूजिक, डॉक्टर राजनंदिनी हिंदुस्तानी क्लासिकल म्यूजिक, सर्वेश कार्तिक साउथ इंडियन परकशन, विट्ठल राममूर्ति स्टूडेंट्स Karnataka Violin and Vocal, Namdhi Academy of South Indian Percussion, Aditya Venugopal and Aparna Raghuraman, Carnatic Violin.
पन्नगशयना पद्मनाभा हे पुरुषोत्तमा परम पवित्र पन्नगशयना पद्मनाभा हे पुरुषोत्तमा वृन्दावनवासा वृन्दावनवासा कृष्ण जगदीशा वृन्दावनवासा कृष्ण जगदीशा पूजित तुलसी वनमाला धर पूजित तुलसी वनमाला धर गोवर्धन धर गोकुल बाला गोपरिपाला गोपाला गोपाला गोपाला
Namaskaram, I am Sarvesh Karthik. I am a mridangist and a multi-percussionist. It gives me immense pleasure and it is my honor to be featured in the World Music Conference as a youth ambassador. I am very happy to share my experiences and share some insights on the benefits of learning the mridangam and its application and benefits in our lives. To start with, the mridangam is a traditional South Indian percussion instrument and it is one of the oldest instruments in India. The mridangam is prominently used in the South Indian Carnatic music. Nowadays, the mridangam has been adapted into different genres like fusion music, world music, and even some mridangists are performing along with jazz musicians and creating new genres of music and amazing kinds of music. To give a brief introduction about the mridangam is a double-headed drum, and we use both hands to play the mridangam. The mridangam is made out of jackfruit trees wood, and the skin or the hides are made out of cow or goat skin. And a particular feature about the mridangam is this black spot, which is a mixture of a metallic rock powdered into a fine powder and made into fine grains, and it is mixed along with cooked rice and applied on the skin to create the resonance. So the main contributing factor for the resonance or the timbre of the mridangam is this black spot. With this black spot and its metallic elements, this ringing sound on the mridangam is produced. Mridangam is considered to be the king of percussion instruments. If you see in Carnatic music concerts, the mridangam is the lead instrument leading the rhythmic part of the concert, and the ghatam or the ganjira or the morsing, the ghatam, ganjira, morsing are also percussion instruments that are played in Carnatic music in south of India. Those percussion instruments are usually following the mridangam. The mridangam is the lead rhythm instrument in the Carnatic music system. So, learning the mridangam benefits you in a lot of ways, not only musically but also in your lifestyle and in your health. To list a few benefits of learning the mridangam, first and foremost, learning the mridangam or any other percussion instrument gives you a lot of focus and concentration. This is seen mainly in youngsters who learn the mridangam from a young age. To give an example, when we practice the mridangam, it improves our focus and concentration in multidimensional ways. If a student studies something and understands it in, say, maybe 15-20 minutes, if the same student practices the mridangam with 100% concentration, all his focus is brought together and focused on one point. So after playing the mridangam, if they go and study it, the same topic may be understood in less than 5 to 10 minutes. That is almost half the time. That is how much concentration you gain when you learn and practice the mridangam. This I am sharing in my own personal experience because I have been learning the mridangam since I was 4 or 5 years old. And even when I studied my standard 10 and standard 12, I continued learning and continued practicing the mridangam, because nowadays a lot of people tend to take a break from mridangam or say vocal music or whatever form of art they are learning to concentrate on studies. It is recommended to learn the mridangam or any art form for that case, because it improves your concentration, which ultimately benefits your education. The next point where I would want to share the benefits of learning the mridangam is it helps you align your posture. If you see me, I am sitting in a comfortable manner having the mridangam resting on my leg. My back is erect and my hands are free and easily movable. A lot of people nowadays complain of back pain, shoulder pain, wrist pain due to their long working hours or sitting at the table for a long time, looking at the computer or maybe looking at the phone, putting your head down and bending your neck always. If you see senior Mridangam Vidwans, if you see their photos or if you see their videos, you can see that they are sitting in an erect posture with comfortable hands and relaxed shoulders. They play with ease, whatever speed they want. So this helps a lot of people to overcome their back pain or shoulder pain because the posture of the mridangam corrects your posture or your sitting structure to align the spine properly and play comfortably. So this is also a benefit of learning mridangam. Learning mridangam is actually beneficial for musicians themselves because instrumentalists or vocalists who know to play the mridangam or at least know to say the konakol, which is the verbal form of percussion, they can implement that rhythmic structures in their singing, which will enhance their performance. See how many different ways percussion is being implemented. Moving forward, you would have heard a lot of people say that there are pressure points or acupressure points on our hands which, when massaged or pressed, help relieve pain and help relieve stress. You may have heard it in various talk shows. Various doctors even recommend this treatment. So when you are playing the mridangam, different strokes are played with proper fingering techniques. So if I play the nam or the din or the chap or the ki or the ta, namely nam is played using the index finger, that to the tip of the index finger. Din is played using this portion of the index finger, and if you see, I am pressing this ring finger on the skin, on the meeting point of the black and the skin. I am pressing it or holding it. And when I am playing the chap, I am using my little finger to strike the surface. When I am playing ki and ta, I am using these three fingers and the index finger in the middle of the mridangam. And when I am playing the left hand also, I am using various parts of my hand and my fingers to play the mridangam. It is researched and proved that various acupressure points are activated when we are playing the mridangam. So it helps relieve a lot of stress and help relieve a lot of pains and illness from our bodies. That is the most fascinating thing about the mridangam. To add a very important point about mridangam is one of the very few instruments which has harmonics to it. If you see, this mridangam is tuned to a particular pitch. Ta, sa, sa, sa. And this mridangam is tuned to a different pitch. Pa, 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 pa. So, if you see, you may hear the tonal note and also a lot of harmonic notes like the fifth and the seventh and the third and also the octave are heard on the mridangam. See, that's the most fascinating thing about Indian percussion instruments, because even though they are old or ancient or come from a very traditional background, a lot of scientific research and structure has gone into the formulating of the mridangam, say 2000-3000 years back. That was how far advanced India was. So I'm always proud to say that I'm an Indian and also a percussionist, also a mridangam player. I feel very happy to have shared whatever little of what I know, and I would encourage a lot of youngsters or even people in their middle ages to learn and pursue the mridangam, because a lot of benefits can be gained from learning the mridangam and learning percussion and learning Carnatic music. Thank you so much once again to Chitra Ramakrishnan Ma for giving this wonderful opportunity to share whatever little I know. And now I will present a short solo on the mridangam. Namaskar.
Hello everyone, today I am going to present Bhairav Rag. जागो मोहन प्यारी, जागो मोहन प्यारी, सावरी सूरत मुरे मन भावे, सुंदर श्याम हमारी, जागो मोहन प्यारी, प्रातः समय उठ भानुदय भयो, प्रातः समय उठ भानुदय भयो, ग्वाल बाल सब भूपति ठाड़ी, दर्शन के सब भूखे प्यासे, उठियो नंद किशोर, जागो मोहन प्यारी, जागो मोहन जागो मोहन जागो मोहन जागो मोहन, सरे गम बधनि सनि धप मगरि स, जागो मोहन सनि धप मगरि स, सरे गम बधनि स, जागो मोहन, सरे गम गरि गम प मगरि गम प, जागो मोहन सनि धप मगरि स, सरे गम, जागो मोहन प्यारी, जागो मोहन प्यारी, सरे गरि गम गम बम पद पधनि धनि सा, सनि धप मगरि स, सरे गम, जागो मोहन प्यारी, प्यारी, प्यारी। नमस्ते।
राघवं करुणाकरं, राघवं करुणाकरं, भयनाशनं दुरितापहं, राघवं करुणाकरं
भयनाशनं दुरितापहं माधवं मधुसूदनं माधवं मधुसूदनं पुरुषोत्तमं परमेश्वरं राघवं करुणाकरं भयनाशनं दुरितापहं माधवं मधुसूदनं पुरुषोत्तमं परमेश्वरं राघवं करुणाकरम् बालकं भवतारकं बालकं भवतारकं जयभावकं रिपुमारकं बालकं भवतारकं जयभावकं रिपुमारकं त्वां भजे जगदीश्वरं नररूपिणं रघुनन्दनं त्वां भजे जगदीश्वरं नररूपिणं रघुनन्दनं राघवं करुणाकरं भयनाशनं दुरितापहम् चेत्कलं चिरञ्जीविनं चेत्कलं चिरञ्जीविनं वनमालिनं वरतोन्मुखं चेत्कलं चिरञ्जीविनं वनमालिनं वरतोन्मुखं चेत्कलं चिरञ्जीविनं वनमालिनं वरतोन्मुखं राघवं करुणाकरम् चेत्कलं चिरञ्जीविनं वनमालिनं वरतोन्मुखं शान्तितं शिवसम्पदं शान्तितं शिवसम्पदं शरदारिणं जयशालिनं शान्तितं शिवसम्पदं शरदारिणं जयशालिनं त्वां भजे जगदीश्वरं नररूपिणं रघुनन्दनं त्वां भजे जगदीश्वरं नररूपिणं रघुनन्दनं राघवं करुणाकरं भयनाशनं दुरितापहं माधवं मधुसूदनं पुरुषोत्तमं परमेश्वरं राघवं करुणाकरम्
Please may I invite Henrietta Breedley, Chief Executive Officer, Greater Birmingham Chambers of Commerce.
Hello, I'm Henrietta Braley and I'm the Chief Executive of the Greater Birmingham Chambers of Commerce, and I'm delighted to be supporting the 5th Annual World Music Conference. Music truly is an incredible medium for fostering international collaboration, something that we're very passionate about at the Chamber of Commerce, and it truly does cross faiths, cross cultures and cross disciplines, from arts and science to health and well-being. And this year's theme, Decoding Wellness Through Music for Young Children and Adolescents, is more important than ever before, following the well-documented impact of the pandemic on young people's mental health and well-being. And I know it will ignite many important and interesting conversations. So I wish you all an educational and inspiring conference.
Sanat Kumar Athrinya and his wife Dr. Zomya Sanat Kumar are founder and directors of Zarashina Foundation, based in Bangalore, India. They are music therapists and researchers trying to identify authentic and effective music-based treatment methods. I would like to invite them to make the presentation.
Tam kita dikutadi kita tak tadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak tadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak dalam budin dadin nadi, tam kita dikutadi tam kita dikutadi tam kita dikutadi nadi nadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak tadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak tadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak dalam budin dadin nadi, tam kita dikutadi tam kita dikutadi tam kita dikutadi nadi nadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak tadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak tadi, tam kita dikutadi kita tak dalam budin, tam kita dikutadi kita tak dalam budin, tam kita dikutadi kita tak dalam budin dadim, dalam budin dadim, dalam budin dadim, tam kita dikutadi tam kita dikutadi tam kita dikutadi dalam budin, tam kita dikutadi dalam budin, tam kita dikutadi dalam budin dadim, dalam budin dadim, dalam budin dadim, tak kita dikutadi tak kita dikutadi tak kita dikutadi tadi, na tum tadi, na tum tadi, na tadi, na tadi, na tadi, tak kita dikutadi tak kita dikutadi tak kita dikutadi tadi. Na tum tadi, na tum tadi, na tum tadi, na tum tadi, na tadi, tak kerja tadi. Na tum tadi, na tum tadi, na Namaste, my name is Somashekar Joyce. I'm a Konokol artist, and I am Sanat Kumar Athrinya, Indian music therapist. Today we will be presenting about the great art form Konokol and its therapeutic applications. Konokol is an art form. It is a rhythmic language. Konokol is an Indian traditional classical ancient art form of reciting or vocally presenting or orally articulating or pronouncing rhythmic syllables associated with Karnataka Shastriya Sangeeta Paddhati. In simple words, it is the classical drum language of South India. Konokol dates back to Vedic era. According to modern historians, Konokol is easily 5,000 years old tradition. Today, Konokol is extremely complex, intricate, advanced, aesthetically developed rhythmic system in this world, which is unmatched, unparalleled, unrivaled in its depth, stature and range. And today, Konokol is the most popular art form among the masses as well as the classes. It appeals all people, being musicians, dancers, art lovers, children and common man. Konokol as a performing art has been extensively used by musicians, dancers and students to explore and express rhythmic capabilities. In fact, beyond music, Konokol was used as a therapeutic method. Long ago, in Ayurveda, we can find references where it was used to cure the most poisonous, deadliest snake bites. In the present day context, it would be difficult to scientifically validate such an exercise, but we find a lot of application of Konokol in correcting speech deficits and speech deficiencies. Among speech deficits, the most common difficulty that we come across is stammering. To address stammering, we have a concept of rhythmic cueing. In Konokol, it's very easy to implement this concept. Generally, when Konokol is used or taught in music, it progresses in a particular fashion as to first speed, second speed and third speed. You have ta, dhi, tum, nam. Then the second speed of that, ta, dhi, tum, nam, tum, dhi, ta, and so on. But in therapy, we use a concept of randomized speeds and suggest the cue to train a person to overcome stammering. For example, ta, dhi, tum, nam. We change the speed randomly. Ta, dhi, tum, nam. Ta, dhi, tum, nam. This can be experimented in various ways to achieve the therapeutic goal of removing stammering from a person.
In Carnatic music, Konokol has been extensively used to train students to improve on their musical intelligence. Learning Konokol not only sharpens our mind, it also enhances our creative abilities, improves our speech and cognition, also enhances mathematical capabilities, logical reasoning, permutation, combination, etc.
This happens through a natural process of musical intelligence development, and through the process called the transfer effect also helps improvement in other areas of intelligence, like mathematical intelligence to be precise. Konokol also helps to develop in a complementary way, improve mathematical abilities. It in fact helps in improving interest in a subject like mathematics. We'll give you a small example.
2 ones are takka, 2 twos are kitta takka, 2 threes are tarri kitta takka, 2 fours are takka tarri kitta takka, 2 fives are kitta takka tarri kitta takka, 2 six are tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka, 2 sevens are takka tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka, 2 eights are kitta takka tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka, 2 nines are tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka, 2 tens are takka tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka tarri kitta takka tha.
Beautiful, isn't it? In fact, we can extend it to multiple lessons, and it helps the child learn both a musical ability and improve a mathematical ability. Apart from the areas of intelligence and speech, Konokol finds a unique therapeutic application in gait rehabilitation. Many children tend to have issues with walking steadily. This could be either due to developmental delays or problems of spasticity, or even caused due to a traumatic injury. When a child has to be helped to walk steadily, of course we use physiotherapy, but apart from that, we can offer them rhythmic suggestions wherein they train on those specific phrases and use them as pegs to place that next foot. For example, a phrase like takka dhimi, takka jhanno, takka dhimi, takka jhanno. A rather simple phrase. When practiced, they can use one part of the phrase for the left leg and the other part for the right leg. Over a period of time, they gain significant confidence in walking by themselves. These few techniques were only a sneak peek into the world of Konokol therapy. Konokol therapy offers extensive opportunities in healing various conditions. However, this comes with a disclaimer. Konokol as an art form is definitely beneficial to be learned, practiced, and performed. In order to utilize Konokol as therapy, one needs to have a therapeutic perspective. For example, it's like diet food versus good hotel food. Now, diet food has a lot of restrictions. That is what is Konokol therapy. Whereas a good hotel served food is rich, is tasty, and is relishable. Similarly, when Konokol is performed as an art form, we are free to explore the abundant varieties of korvais or nadais or any of the other structures. Whereas when we are prescribing it like a diet prescription, we cannot use many of these structures in a therapeutic setting. Therapy deserves a separate attention.
Adding to that, we both feel that this is the right time for Konokol performers and practitioners to spread the greatness and awareness regarding Konokol therapy for the betterment of the society. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Osama Maskabi from Morocco. I would like to thank Maestro Mohammed Al-Fakahani for inviting me for this event. Also, I would like to thank my music teachers for everything. Music had changed my life for better. My music was studied when I reached in it some new levels. It affects all my other area of my life, my intellect, my personality, and my performance. So music changed my life for better. Thank you.
Preciso demonstrar pra ela que mereço seu tempo pra dizer um pouco das ideias novas, dos lugares de onde viajei. Se ela bota fé na minha história, que é de rocha e vem do coração, vou estender o pano mais bonito, feito na ilha de Madagascar. Um Bob de Java, um Jimmy na viola, humildade de quem sabe onde quer chegar. Reparei a flor no seu vestido, só guerreiro de aura boa pode merecer. E ela parou, olhou, sorriu, me deu um beijo e foi embora. Não vi mais a gata, mas tenho minha gaita pra me consolar. Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. Andei só pela noite, cantei um reggae pros cachorros da rua. Andei só pela noite, tudo bem, a vida continua. mostrar pra ela que mereço seu tempo pra dizer um pouco das ideias novas, dos lugares de onde viajei. Se ela botar fé na minha história, que é de rocha e vem do coração, vou estender o pano mais bonito, feito na ilha de Madagascar. Um Bob, o Djavan, um Jimmy na viola, humildade de quem sabe onde quer chegar. Reparei a flor no seu vestido, só guerreiro de aura boa pode merecer. E ela parou, olhou, sorriu, me deu um beijo e foi embora. Não vi mais a gata, mas tenho minha gaita pra me consolar. Hey, oh, yeah, yeah. Andei só pela noite, cantei um reggae pros cachorros da rua. Oh, oh, oh. Andei só pela noite, cantei um verso daquele velho samba pra lua. Andei só pela noite.
I would like to invite Maestro Colin Touching to make his presentation. He is a British conductor, composer, music educator, and a festival adjudicator.
A double question to begin with. What do students put into rehearsals and what do they take out? Picture this, you're a student in a room of 60 young musicians concentrating hard to play correctly all the music in front of you. Things seem to be going quite well, then the director shouts out, "Listen!" You switch from looking at your music to trying to make sense of the sounds around you, the equally careful but imperfect sounds made by the other 59 equally enthusiastic and drifting players, playing slightly out of time and slightly out of tune with each other. It is not that easy to pick out the absolutely right sounds from those that are almost but not quite right. Then imagine yourself in a smaller room with just 3 other players. You're a member of a quartet who have no choice but to listen to each other without being told to, and who can much more clearly make out the necessary musical information coming in your ears whilst also concentrating on playing your own part because, well, there's no cover here, no doubling in the strings or winds, no possible hiding place amongst the back desks. And also, probably, you don't want to hide, because you know you're learning and sharing with your friends. Although it is economic of teacher resources for one director to train a large ensemble, and some do this brilliantly, effectively and consistently, there is a good chance that a small chamber ensemble will bring more direct, self-discovered musical benefits, realizations and lessons for each of the individual members than being amongst however happy a large group playing however joyful the music on the stands. I once had a conversation with my university's vice-chancellor, a wise and learned scientist who loved coming to our concerts. It was one of the few times I saw him lost for words when I explained that learning a musical instrument with others was possibly the only human activity which had within it the potential, if not the necessity, for self-assessment. That is, as you play along with others, you can tell if you have a penchant for music and have received even the basic training in how to listen to musical nuance, when you go wrong, and how you have gone wrong. So you can also aim to put it right, without a teacher's cross or tick to help you make those decisions along the learning curve. In most other human activities of brain or physical development, a guide, mentor or teacher is very helpful in spotting errors, pushing us onwards and upwards. A musician naturally benefits hugely from such figures, and as a soloist it is essential to have this one-to-one guidance and inspiration. But in listening to others, sharing the same activity, self-assessment is a direct, immediate and consistent approach, enabling the individual to develop perception, awareness, humility and inner confidence. As we are usually quite careful to provide each individual with a specific, well-chosen repertoire through graded examinations to acquire stepped technical and musical skills, we perhaps do not always address so fully the needs and the benefits of large ensemble training in respect of emotional growth. We have, within this resource, not only the opportunity to create a fine school or regional youth orchestra, band or choir, a prime and indeed laudable goal of many school and music services, but also to stimulate in safe surroundings with many peers a nurturing environment for developing emotional response, awareness and growth. It is almost a given that within any ensemble there are as many pathways of personal development as young people in the group. Some will have advanced physical and motor skills, so they can play or sing difficult passages of music quite easily and readily, while others will struggle to overcome the technical hurdles of the repertoire tackled by the group. Some will have learnt early and quickly how to read the notation, while others may have sight or reading problems, such as dyslexia or other visual obstacles to smooth absorption of printed information. Some will feel comfortable within a group of fellow music makers, but for some it can be difficult to feel confident when surrounded by peers. Although self-assessment may be a challenge for some, others readily embrace the concept of self-awareness and how to measure that self in comparison with those around, in terms of overall maturity, technical fluency, musical expression, or other less specific but no less significant issues. Some singers, for example, may be blessed with naturally beautiful tone, while other enthusiastic singers may struggle to blend with those around them. Some players may have expensive instruments, allowing them perhaps to be more in advance of their friends in producing good sounds more often, whereas those from perhaps less privileged backgrounds may not have such reliable equipment with which to share their inner musical ideas and ambitions. And some are born with outstanding musical gifts, which are beyond the norm, which may be seen by the less gifted as an unfair advantage. Leading a group presents the trainer, director and conductor with numerous issues of psychology, of which the above are just some of the potential areas of concern. In order to help all those in the group, the leader must be alert and responsive to move the ensemble forward, while acknowledging and addressing, in perhaps an almost unseen way, the individual needs within the group. How can the teacher facilitate this process and maximise the opportunities for learning and growing? To enable young people to grow in confidence, they are more likely to thrive if their skills are nurtured thoughtfully and never stretched beyond a point of comfort or ability. Yet sufficient challenge must always be there to provide new targets in technical fluency and range, and in expanding awareness of emotions, aspects, issues and considerations beyond the student's own home or school environments. How can we train individuality and imagination? We can, for one, avoid rote learning and mere repetition. For example, each time a scale is played, explain a new goal, alter the emphasis, tone or dynamic, say. A passage of a melodic or accompanimentable score can be played in many different ways, rather than the same way 10 times. We can stretch dynamic and tempo ranges. We can vary the articulation and accentuation, and gradually refine the choices towards a preferred interpretation. Feeling confident within oneself and within the group is a basic requirement from which to feel able to develop as someone with ideas to express and the forum in which to sound them. Music which stimulates and necessitates emotional and expressive styles of performance is more likely to encourage this growth than repetitive, formulaic music, even though the latter is more comfortable to perform and might enable some to feel a certain sense of confidence and less inhibited reaction. But mere comfort is not the main purpose of exploring musical language and repertoire, and exploration of and participation in musical activities can lead to solid, reliable, lifelong discoveries about oneself and others, which enable a more rounded and at best well-rounded emotional character in each student. Listening from outside such a group can also provide benefits for musical growth, emotional awareness and expressive creativity. Young people will grow in their abilities to respond emotionally, both by imitation of adults and through peer pressure of their friends and members of ensembles. Some children may have the benefit of a strong home background, where the parents show, as it were, normal emotional responses to each other and their family, and to events in the outside world broadcast on their TV and other media. Safe family discussions may be the norm. Other homes may be almost devoid of warmth, compassion, sympathy and attention to the plight of others in the outside world, leaving younger family members to flounder when confronted by images of the world's news or, closer to home, of family and friends' illnesses or death. Within a musical rehearsal, the music itself can open minds and souls to the range of human experience which may both test and strengthen their development. The director can draw attention to issues of expression which are necessary for the music to make sense to the players and the listeners alike, and the duty of the performers to share and portray those feelings and experiences through the music becomes a channel under controlled and controllable conditions for facing and absorbing a wider range of emotion than might otherwise be assimilable by the same students without the musical pathway. Education is about bringing out of the students what is inside, eager to develop, more than to push inside what the world thinks might be needed or important for each student. Of course, it is widely held that it is the teacher's and parents' duty to help the child grow through experience, and some of this might be uncomfortable or even painful, but necessary to develop essential life skills. We show our students how to learn by and from listening. Well-directed listening is essential. To learn how to rehearse in sequencing the steps of acquiring that new knowledge and skill. To learn discipline and orderliness as part of a cohesive group, and thus to develop self-discipline. To learn to set and achieve goals, individual and corporate, and how to help the whole group achieve more together. To learn compassion for others less able or gifted. To learn patience and tolerance, integration and social manners. There must indeed be structure of each session and throughout each term's programme to learn rhythms and musical idioms. Just so can we consider the structure of sequenced rehearsals to tackle progressively more challenging emotional situations and issues. The process of education draws out what is within the growing child. With good choices we can expose the brain and spirit to more knowledge, styles, skills, patterns, non-patterns, spontaneity, creativity more than recreativity, and how to become an individual rather than a copycat. But, at the same time, some copying is a powerful method to develop listening and self-assessment. Just as mathematics teachers decide when to tackle quadratic equations or calculus, along with other formulae and operations, according to a well-structured syllabus of increasing complexity, so we can use repertoire to introduce young music makers to, and perhaps even inoculate them against, some of life's challenging experiences. I have conducted 3 wind band pieces of such depth. One written after the Challenger space disaster, another of the invasion of Prague, and a third after 9/11. There is one I admire but haven't had the chance to conduct, inspired by the story of Rosa Parks. Each presents an opportunity to confront and come to terms with a human issue which is a building brick in understanding the wider human condition. Something as apparently straightforward as Holst's arrangement of I Love My Love can lead to a musical absorption of romance and loss, which is so often a feature of the developing student. Those instrumental examples amplify what choral directors will already easily appreciate, that the text of songs, be they folk, pop or classically based, leads inevitably to dealing with subject matter chosen by composer and director as appropriate for the age range. My work with the British and International Federation of Festivals has often included discussion on suitability of repertoire in song, dance and theatre presentations. For sure, many items young people would like to perform are often proposed because they aspire to be like a celebrity, yet some material or style of presentation can be inappropriately adult for younger performers. In these circumstances, it may not be a satisfactory justification that the child will more swiftly grow into the adult by adopting adult gestures, costuming, makeup and textual material by allowing them to perform their choice, and wiser parents and directors may need to insist, politely but firmly, that alternatives are out there and would make more suitable items for the particular stage of development. The body, spirit, mind and heart grow at different rates, and some are precocious in only one or two, not all four areas. This aspect is a necessary balancing act to the policy of providing emotional challenge for youngsters and brings the discussion into the area of good taste and judgment. So, through musical activity, we can lead youngsters to consider and face details of history, of war and peace, of Kristallnacht, of the invasion of Leningrad, Shostakovich Symphony No. 7. And many musicals have proved effective in addressing issues of global warming, ecology, and save the whale, and save the planet. The wide range of individual responses can be harnessed by thoughtful guidance to be the basis for developing individual confidence in expressing emotion through music, empathizing with characters and situations more directly, maybe even more long-lastingly than through words. Controlled emotional expression in music can enable a wider perspective with more measured, proportionate response and more detailed expression. The music makers sense and deep down possibly know that the way they play and sing has to mean something to their audience, which encourages awareness of the potential and power of their expressive capacity. This in turn will likely lead to more humane and sympathetic social understanding. Music study also enhances other learning, instills discipline, requires coordination, concentration and dexterity, empathy and creativity. It increases attention, releases tension, and builds a sense of society and community. All cultures have developed musical traditions, bringing people together regardless of age, gender, culture, ethnicity, or status. Music can be exciting and stimulating, consoling and peaceful, bringing joy, insight, comfort, release, relief, and sometimes even resolution. Music achieves much where words are not enough.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي إلهام محمد عبد الرحمن العامري. أنا الآن بعمر 16. كانت بدايتي الموسيقية من عمر 3 عندما كان أخي الأكبر يستمع لبعض المطربين، فكانت الموسيقى ملفتة لي وشدتني لحفظ كل تلك الكلمات برغم سني الصغير. أحببت الموسيقى والفن بشكل عام لما لها من دور إنساني في إيصال رسالة سامية في أن يعم السلام العالم بأسره، فالفن يعتبر لسان حال الناس حاليا، وقد زادني حبا له صعودي على المسرح ووقوفي أمام جماهير كبيرة. كنت في كل احتفال أستمع لإطراءاتهم علي، فكان بالنسبة لي شعور رائع جدا. لن أطيل عليكم، فالموسيقى بالنسبة لي هي أسلوب حياة.
Hello. Music is a way of expressing myself and also connecting with other people and bring them together. I started from a young age, and while in kindergarten I got the chance for an audition with some professors from the music high school, and I was among those selected for going and learning music in a music school. Well, not at all. No, they are both very gifted. My father is a geophysicist and my mother, she's a geographer. I guess what I would tell myself is quality in practice is more important than quantity. So when you are practicing anything, just be present, be there. Be open-minded, don't give up. You are going to face plenty of auditions and rejections, but don't be afraid to make mistakes. I think there is no learning if you are not going to make mistakes. I guess what drives me to go forward is that my passion for music is more important than the desire to be recognized. I had a chance to be part of many projects, musical projects, to to play many concert halls and to be recognized and applauded. I was playing in the BC Youth Symphonic Orchestra in England a few years ago, and while playing I got this state in which I felt a deep and profound connection with myself and with everyone in the orchestra. I feel like I was breathing together with them, and I think this is the reason why I'm still going and I'm still playing the violin. I appreciate it because I think it's more natural than the classical Western music, the Byzantine music. I had this chance to recently discover it in the last few years, and it feels being very close to my heart. For me, it's the best way of bringing my attention to myself and entering this state of peace and quietness. Maybe you can say a meditative state. Music, for me, the Byzantine music is the key to ecstasy. I think it brings people from very different background music together, and it's a great opportunity to connect and to learn from each other. I will continue to look and to discover and train young talents, and also I wish to be part in as many musical projects and concerts like the one you are about to hear. Thank you. Take care.
يا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي، يا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي، وأتصيدك يا فرخي يا حمامي، فرخي يا حمامي، فرخي يا حمامي. يا الله رضاك شيخ الطيور بكر، يا الله رضاك شيخ الطيور بكر، وانا مراعي للدقيقة الأخضر، للدقيقة الأخضر، للدقيقة الأخضر. ويا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي، يا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي، وأتصيدك يا فرخي يا حمامي، فرخي يا حمامي، فرخي يا حمامي. قول لي سلام وانا مسافر اليوم، قول لي سلام وانا مسافر اليوم. شليتي روحي ما هناني النوم، ما هناني النوم، ما هناني النوم. ويا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي، يا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي، وأتصيدك يا فرخي يا حمامي، سلام وأنا مسافر اليوم قول لي سلام وأنا مسافر اليوم شليت روحي ما هناني النوم ما هناني النوم ما هناني النوم ويا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي يا ريتي والله والكلام كلامي وتصيدك يا فرخي يا حمامي فرخي يا حمامي فرخي يا حمامي متيم في الهوى يروي حكاية حب مخفية مع من عاش وياهم ولو للأمر ما يحوي ما قلت الذي فيها ولكن بعد فرقاهم لقيت القلب هواهم خطايا والخطا ما هو خطاهم مكتوب الشقالية معاهم صادق النية خطايا والخطا ما هو خطاهم مكتوب الشقالية معاهم صادق النية ما حيلتي ما أسوي رقيق القلب والنية ولا أدري عن نواياهم بصدق الحب لهم أنوي وأعلنها علانية قلبي كيف ينساهم محلق بين جواهم وراهم حيث ما راحوا وراهم وهم فكروا فيها معاهم صادق النية وراهم حيث ما راحوا وراهم وهم فكروا فيها معاهم صادق النية
هل لداعيك مجيب أم لشاكيك طبيب هل لداعيك مجيب أم لشاكيك طبيب يا قريبا حين ينأى حاضرا حين يغيب كيف يسلوك محب زانه منك حبيب إنما أنت نسيم تتلقاه القلوب إنما أنت نسيم تتلقاه القلوب.
Namaste. I'm Sanak Kumar Atreya.
I am Soumya Sanak.
We are Indian music therapists and founders of Swarakshema Foundation.
We are here today to present on the topic Customizing Indian Music Therapy for Developmental Disorders.
Music as a therapy has been gaining a lot of acceptance world over recently.
Specifically, music therapy has been playing a very important role in the area of developmental disorders. As practicing music therapists, we find Indian music to be an ideal choice to be utilized as therapy across different cultural backgrounds.
Indian music therapy has many unique features like the structures of raga, which correspond to melody, tala of rhythm, sahitya of lyrics, and the defined pedagogical approaches which prove to be strengths of the music system.
The various elements of Indian music lend to creating a regulated therapeutic approach where each element relates with a certain therapeutic functionality. We would like to take you through a series of case studies where we were able to successfully map one particular element or aspect of Indian music with a therapeutic function. So let's begin with the melodic aspect. As all of you know about the ragas and swaras, the modality of notes, swaras. We have seen that the melodic aspect of Indian music is able to bring out a very good understanding of emotions in children as well as help them to express their emotions in a very clear way. So one interesting episode that happened during our journey was this one child who had an underlying condition of cerebral palsy. Also added to that, he was battling a renal dysfunction. So he was always going through events of hospitalization and the pain of needles and had the fear of facing doctors and so on. Initially, it was very difficult to manage him. Before he underwent music therapy, it was very difficult to manage him because he wouldn't cooperate for treatment. He would pull out the needles and plugs and run away, try to move away from the bed and cry a lot, and he was in a lot of pain. But we saw that after about 6 to 8 months of giving him melodic aspect of music therapy, he was able to engage with himself, and he created his own mechanism of distracting himself with the pain by humming tunes when he was being injected with a medicine, or singing swaras and counting the drops or drips when he was hospitalized. The parents found it very easy to handle him after that, as well as the treating doctor saw that his compliance level with the treatment increased, and it was much easier for the child and for the caregiver and the treating physician. Moving on to another aspect, a very integral aspect of Indian music is the rhythm. There's a very complex rhythm structure that Indian music is associated with, but how we use it as a therapeutic model is, one is definitely in cases of anger management, where some children with special needs often land up unable to express their frustration, and so they express it as anger to the person who's closest to them. In many cases, it's the mother. So they land up having violent reactions towards the mothers or the caregivers. And in such cases, when we use loud rhythmic distractions, we see that either the anger snaps off and they're getting distracted effectively, or they're able to focus their anger on an external object such as playing a drum instead of beating the mother or the caregiver. Another very interesting area where we've been able to use a rhythmic aspect is as reward music, wherein we see in many children they are habituated to receiving rewards. Many times they are on healthy options like chocolates or a snack or something, in order for them to follow instructions of the special educator or the parent. If we are able to train the children on their preferences of beats and give them a rhythmic musical bit as a reward, we often find that the children are able to switch over to asking or expecting the rhythmic music as a reward instead of the chocolate, thus making life easy for the child and the parent, and it's a totally safe option.
The third aspect that we would like to highlight is the lyrical aspects of Indian music, popularly known as Sahitya. We all know that even through research it's been well identified that language learning and music learning are very close. So lyrics is the place where language and music merges, and we are able to see that a lot of improvement in communicative abilities and language abilities of the child are there is a good scope of improvement in this area. Now, in Indian music, we have a subgenre called Konokol, wherein we use rhythmic syllables to perform along with songs or with instruments. Now, these phrases are very catchy and exciting for kids. We have used these sort of phrases in addressing issues of syllabalization in many children. Children with speech defects often find it difficult to utter certain syllables. One of our children was having a difficulty syllabalizing the letter R. In fact, his name started with the letter R, but he was unable to pronounce the letter R, and he used to call his name as Ha. So we were able to successfully, over a period of time, using rhythmic syllables of Konokol, replace the Ha, which was faulty in him, to the original Ra. Firstly, he was able to be aware that his pronunciation is misplaced, and then he self-corrected to the original syllable. Another interesting aspect of lyrical and Konokol effects were observed in another interesting anecdote, wherein one of our children had collected this habit of using foul language, and owing to the fact that he was special, he was unable to distinguish between foul language and regular language to be used in a formal forum or at home with family. And this was creating a lot of trouble for him and his caregivers. When we taught him these rhythmic phrases of Konokol, he was so excited and he caught on to it that the foul language was replaced with these synchronized phrases of Konokol. And this entire exercise helped dissipate all the heat and tension around him and his family members when they had to, face his foul language. Another important dimension of Indian music are instruments. Vadya or instruments lend themselves to therapeutic applications in many aspects, especially in coordination of hand to eye, auditory, and in multiple ways. They also help in fine motor and gross motor skills. We have had the privilege of a very interesting experience where one of our children was highly spastic, and he was not able to open up his hand and use his right hand at all. So at a period of time when we got him to learn the tabla in a specific way, over a period of an year, the child was actually able to open up his arm and also use it to write his name on a paper. Now that was phenomenal improvement, and these sort of improvements can be achieved through the use of instruments. Another interesting aspect is these instruments or vadyas correlate to the 5 natural elements of Indian philosophy, that is earth, water, fire, wind and sky. Now these elements are called the Panchabhutas, and they form the basis of traditional Indian healing systems such as Ayurveda and Yoga. Now it is possible to create a parallel system through these 5 elements and their approach in healing through music.
In the Indian music scenario, most often you would have noticed that performances are often individual based and not really as a group. You would rarely find group performances on an Indian music stage. But it's interesting and very effective to utilize Indian music for group therapy sessions of children with developmental disorders. One of the very critical areas that we are able to address with great impact is developmental of social skills. We're able to teach them turn-taking and synchronization with the other children and coordination by what we call as bhajan therapy, wherein we are able to create group music activities. The children are highly enthusiastic to participate and have a lot of fun, and at the end of the day we also achieve our therapeutic goals. So that was in a nutshell how we can look at particular elements of Indian music and customize them to arrive at a therapeutic function and then to integrate the whole thing as a module.
There is a lot of potential and promise in Indian music to be used as a therapeutic tool for children with developmental disabilities.
We recommend that a judicious combination of the various elements of Indian music in correct proportion, fine-tuned to the need of every child, be used for achieving therapeutic goals. This kind of an approach enables us as therapists to formulate generic reproducible modules of therapy which are easy to apply across conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Siji Wargis. She is a global professional speaker, a TEDx speaker, and an international behavioral facilitator.
Hi, everybody. A very warm welcome. It's such a pleasure to be on this platform of the World Music Conference. A warm welcome from Saji Varghese from Mumbai, India. So today we're going to be talking about how does music impact a teenager's behavior. And I'm sure this is going to be a very amazing piece because this is how we know how do we connect with the teens, especially the teens of today. In fact, you may remember that you were also drawn to certain kind of music when you were a teen, and most of the time you really did not know what it really means. And you would have something which is much different from your parents. And this is something which even the teens face today. Their generation is also going to the same phase where they have a mysterious connection to music, and it's as strong as the generations before. How does music actually affect the teenagers' behaviors and emotions? So music actually helps teens to explore ideas and emotions in a very safe way and help them to express themselves without words. So exposure to the positive influences through music can really help teens learn coping mechanisms and appropriate responses to very stressful situations. In fact, music also helps teens to connect to their social groups and also gain a sense and feeling of belonging. So it's very hard to see how that some of or questionable to see how the music choices as a positive influence in your teen's life. But you should not be assuming the worst either. So, in fact, kids learn a lot through music, even if we as parents don't see the value right away. So, how understanding how music affects the teens' emotions and behavior, we can actually use it as a tool to better understand our kids and to help guide them to better choices and a much more happier life. So there's a lot of power in music, and we all know that we ourselves have experienced that in various phases of our life. So the power of music is to evoke actually strong emotions, imagery, and ideas, and that's been actually studied at length in multiple articles and multiple research tools. So music is primal. It affects all of us in its very unique and personal ways. So your interaction with music might have been different, but it's still powerful. And teens are especially receptive to music's power due to their quickly shifting emotions, but that necessarily does not have to be a bad thing. So we already know that music can have a profound effect on the human brain, and the genre doesn't seem to matter. So numerous studies have been conducted to see exactly how music influences the thoughts and the behaviors. So much research has gone into it that even a formula for making popular music now, uh, it's available as of now, right? But how do we harness the power of this music to reach our teens? First and foremost, most of us draw to popular music, and we have this overpowering drive to belong, right? So when a song or an artist is sitting in the spotlight, that song or the artist suddenly becomes more appealing to the teens. So by publicly expressing an appreciation for them, teens are announcing themselves as a part of the bigger peer group. They do so in an attempt to gain social acceptance and approval, and if they don't really care for the music itself. So this can be both a good and the bad outcome. It has a lot to do with the way we as parents actually respond to the whole space. So look forwards to, like, using popular music to connect. So if you like to happen to like a song or a band, your job is quite easy. Use it to connect with your teen over shared appreciation for it. However, if you loudly protest a particular band or a song, it will just push your teen to love it more. Instead, accept that it as a part of their lives and look for ways to how you can acknowledge and value it. So your team may not be open to your opinion on a song either way, but you can still talk to them about music in general. Try not to judge their music choices or their reasons for listening to a particular band. Instead, offer them some stories from your own childhood, own youth, maybe your parents derived your music choices and made you feel bad about it. It's absolutely fine or brilliant to share that with your team. They will actually see that you're not repeating the same mistake, and they will recognize you as a more respectful and positive response, even if they never say those words to you. So by verbally accepting their music choices, you will actually gain their trust. They may be more willing to discuss their true reasons for jumping on that bandwagon. So this simple conversation can actually open the door for communication regarding peer pressure and the dangers of changing yourself to fit to the society's expectations, isn't it? So there is safety in music. It's like on the emotional end, kids all often use music to relieve tension or to express their most innermost feelings and thoughts in a very non-verbal manner. So teens aren't as powerless as toddlers. For example, they still have restrictions in the world, which can cause a lot of frustrations. So many teens actually use music to purge those scary feelings. They can get out of aggression and anger towards a parent's unfair rule without risking upsetting the family balance, or by they just want to feel accepted or getting into more trouble. They don't want to be getting into more trouble. So after a bad day, a teen may actually lock themselves up in the room and blast something aggressive sounding, but maybe they ran in the house teary-eyed and ignored your questions. Then you hear the sad, soulful sounds of a breakup song through their earbuds, right? So these are actually clues and cues to know how your teen's life is going outside of your influence. So using the music to release the pent-up emotions that they have held up all through the day is in fact a very healthy way or a very good effective coping mechanism. So the songs may bring about more powerful emotions about them, and your teen is actually using it as a way to handle the feelings that sometimes may be confusing or embarrassing for them. So how do you use that using emotional music to connect with your teen? So depending on your teen's personality and your history of heart-to-heart talk, you may be able to coax some information out from your teen. If they're resistant, don't push the topic. Instead, you can try asking about the music specifically as to what they are listening to, ask what they like about it, what the lyrics mean to them, or even ask them to see the video. So while your kid may not be ready to talk to you about what's bothering them, by sharing the lyrics or showing you the video, they might try telling you something without using the words. So be there for them, focus on the music, and try to find out words which relate to them, that so they feel less alone. In fact, music really helps to distract the mind, and each one of us know that we need a break from reality because life can be quite stressful in a rush to get our work, fulfilling our parenting duties, and keeping the household running. So it's easy to forget that teens are stressed too. School is a challenge, peer pressure can be oppressive and suffocating, and even a beloved family pet can be a nuisance on a bad day. So you may listen to music in the car or on the train to work. It's good way to block out the annoying surroundings, to escape for a little while. Kids do the same thing and exactly for the same reasons. So how can you connect? How can you help them out? Unless they're ignoring totally their homework, family time, and household chores, it's best to just allow your kids enjoy their time away. So it may seem to be counterintuitive to allow your teens to disconnect as a way to connect, but it actually works. Right? So when you give your teen the space to block out the world once in a while and just listen to their music, you're showing them that they really matter. their needs are important to you and you really, really respect their choice, to step away for a while and then, drift inside their own heads. So once they come back and join the family again, you can ask about their favorite zone, music, feel free to share your own space of favorite music, tune in. Who knows, maybe they may find a new genre, new favorite. So the bottom line is that by telling your teen that you need to zone out to music once in a while, you're actually showing it's absolutely normal to want to escape sometimes. So like adults, teens also use music for a variety of reasons. Some of the teens' music choices may have to do with the gender. Girls seem to use music to handle sad feelings like loneliness or to handle a breakup. Boys tend to use music to infuse themselves with more energy, to be a part of their society or the community where they really love to be a part to. And some other common uses could include inspiration for art or even homework to keep their minds busy while they're completing the chores, and for simple entertainment. So when is actually music a real problem? I don't think that music is a problem, but sometimes we kind of feel music is safe and acceptable for all the teens to handle their thoughts and feelings. Even unrelatable music, you just can't understand, but it's a good way for the teens to unwind and explore ideas. So if, however, your teen escapes into music too often, it's something you should talk about. Let them know it's okay to listen for music, but it's not okay to forgo responsibilities of family time. So this is not the time for punishment. You only drive them further away and deeper into the music. Is to let them know that you understand and that you sometimes want to dive into music too for a long time. Remind them that though it's also important to stay present in the moment, handling the daily stuff and facing the challenges head on, once they recharge a little with whatever they are listening to. So music is a tool, and it's a very effective tool if we as parents can know how to really help our teens to connect with it. By talking about music and sharing it with your child, you can begin to open their minds. So if your relationship has been damaged by some hurtful past words or making fun of their music, this you can take some time, stick on to it. Once your teen trusts that you would not make fun of them or drag their music away, they might actually open up. So you may be surprised what a meaningful conversation about music can actually reveal your teen's inner self. So in a way, music impacts a lot of emotions and behavior, and for you to connect with that helps you enter into their personal world or their zone or the space which they were not wanting to share with you before. And that's it. Thank you so much. Once again, it's a privilege to be in this amazing platform of the World Music Conference. Thank you.
أهلا وسهلا فيكم. نحن أوركسترا المخيم عم نعزف لكم من مخيم البرج الشمالي للاجئين الفلسطينيين بجنوب لبنان. رح نبلش حفلتنا بنشيد موطني.
فلسطيني بعنوان وعيونها. نسمعكم غناي من التراث الفلسطيني واسمها الروزان.
نختم حفلتنا بهالليلة.
Hi, my name is Zeen Haidar. Hi, my name is Leia Haidar. We entered the conservatory 8 years ago. I play the piano. And I play the guitar. Actually, music has a great impact on my life. It always lightens my mood and reduces my anxiety level. Playing the guitar always gives me positive energy and keeps me cheerful and in a great mood. My experience in the conservatory was very positive and it played a major role in my life as it boosted my creativity and opened my mind to new things. We entered the band and choir program and we met a lot of new people, became more sociable and made several new friends. After 2 months of hard work, our team performed live on stage and it was a great success. This performance impacted us greatly as we communicated with the crowd through the international language of music. And as Hans Christian Andersen says, where words fail, music speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please may I request Dr. Paul Sabapathy, CVO, CBE, Her Majesty's former Lord Lieutenant of the West Midlands, patron of the British Carnatic Choir, to deliver the patron's address.
Hello, greetings. My name is Paul Sabapathy, former Lord Lieutenant of the West Midlands and patron of British Carnatic Choir. And it's in the latter capacity that I welcome you to the second virtual conference of the World Music Conference organized by Shruti UK. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this most apposite conference, which relates to empowering all the challenges that young children and adolescents face in coping with the ever-changing world using the medium of music. I'm sure that it will be a great success. I would like to thank all the people who are supporting it, starting from the Dr. Shashank Vikram, IFS Consul General of India, who is an outstanding supporter, by Dr. Andy Street, Mayor of the West Midlands, Dr. John Crabtree, Lord Lieutenant of the West Midlands, from the Birmingham City University, the Royal Birmingham Conservatoire, from the Birmingham Chamber of Commerce, and many others who are going to make this event a great success. Can I congratulate Dr. Chitra Ramakrishnan for all her hard work in putting this conference together, and can I wish all the participants, all the contributors, a very useful, fruitful day, 2 days, and I hope it is a great success. Thank you. God bless.
كان بيقول لي بحبك، أيوة كان بيقول، وأنا من لهفة قلبي صدقته على طول. كنت أشوف وأسمع وأحس بقلبه هو، كنت عايش مش عشاني، عشانه هو، عشانه هو. يا دار الأوفى دار يلبق ليك الأشعار، تبقي عالداير مضوي مزروعة شمس وغار. عالبرج العالي وصلوا الخيالي وسيوف تلالي وشمسك ما تغيب. لا مالي ولا أولادي على حبك ما في حبيب. تعب المشوار من خطواتي وخطواتك، تعب المشوار ونسينا الدار والزوار نسيناهم. جني يا دار، جني يا دار.
Then, okay. Okay, so yes, we've been given this title about socialization in music, and it may be that it's something very specific that you each have an angle on. So I'm going to invite you one by one, if you could, to give a couple of sentences about yourself and about your work or about your connection with socialization. So let's start with John Albert, please, if that's okay.
Yes. My name is John Albert Serra. I'm originally from Barcelona, but currently based in London. After a long career, primarily leading music education institutions and programs, I'm primarily now working as a consultant, researcher, and writer. And of course, through my experience as a music educator and leader of music education institutions, I've experienced firsthand sort of what music can do and the power of music with people of all ages, but of course sort of young people and children and teenagers. So my own son and daughter are both musicians also. So I also had experience on a more personal level, but I'm very passionate about the power of music and how music can help the cultural development, social development, and health and well-being of people. And I'm particularly interested on the intercultural music dialogues and on the sort of the hybrid musical identities of young people in our multicultural societies, and how music education can respond to that.
That's great, thank you. Julia, you obviously have benefited as a musician and as a young student. What's your experience been?
Well, I have recently graduated from the National
University of Music in Bucharest. I have studied musicology. And yes, I have found that especially now with the pandemic, music has really helped with socialization because it has affected us in Romania, especially hard. So, yes.
Very good. And Shabani, I don't know if we can't see you, but can you hear us? Shabani, are you there?
Yes, the mute microphone. Muted.
I'll see if he can. I've asked him to unmute, but not yet. Okay, Angelo, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, waiting for our friend. My career is very full of different colors, I can say. I started like a piano concertist. I was in the early 90s the pianist of the London Philharmonic Orchestra, talking about London. After that, I started a career like a composer. My father was a famous composer in Italy, and I chosen to do something more than entertain the people, and I discovered the music therapy. Actually, I am a professor of music therapy. I am the dean of the college of an academy in the 2 universities here in the USA and one in Italy. And the socializing is something that is very, very, very important, especially in this period. Like say John too, through our work we can connect the emotions of the young people to the rest of the population, especially in a moment of crisis. And the music therapy works very well with the sound and nutrition, the sound dialogue, sound conversation that is not verbal, it's a common language everywhere in the world. We can do very a good and a very deep work for the new generations. I was a musical educator too for the early childhood in the Italian elementary school before to discover the music therapy. And I know how much is important the basic work with the younger generations and the younger population. And with this kind of fluid, I can say, new society, our role is really something that can be critical to their development in general.
Okay, thank you. Now, I see that Shabani's come back on, but I keep pressing ask to unmute. Shabani, if you can unmute yourself. Ah, right. Have a go now. Shabani, are you there?
Yes. Sorry.
Hello.
For the
Okay.
internet.
We're glad to have you here. We're just going a quick round. So if you'd like to say something about yourself and your experience in music.
Okay, my name is Shaban Ramadan. I am a musician, artistic, and founder, CEO Festival Director at Marhaba Music Expo in Bujumbura, Burundi. Okay, I'm happy to be part of this panel, and I'm happy to share my experience about the music and about the youth, children, music education. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Whereabouts are you based? Which country are you in? Which country are you in?
Burundi.
Oh, excellent.
Burundi.
So we have a good spread of people here. Well, we've been around the others, so very quickly, I'm Colin. I was involved for many years teaching in the UK, certainly as a peripatetic teacher, also youth orchestra conductor, a specialist music school, then director of music at Warwick University. I'm now in Hong Kong. I conduct professional orchestra and also community wind bands and choirs. I'm on radio doing presentations of CDs and generally trying to present music to people in a way that I hope they will find entertaining. We actually have a very good weekly chat with another UK musician who's a producer over here, and we talk about any subject about classical music on what is actually the light music program rather than the serious one. And apparently people are loving the way that we just introduce music in a non-threatening way. We try to give them sort of snippets of some classical music, but in such a way that they will accept it as something entertaining and fun and not threatening or frightening, which sadly for many people classical music has become something too far away. Anyway, so we're talking about socialization, so the benefits for young people, obviously in school and outside, whether with friends. What would you say is the most direct benefit? Is it just playing together with people who do the same, or are there deeper things that individuals get? I mean, anybody chip in straight away with some response?
Well, I think one of the benefits of music, of making music together, is the fact that it's easier than probably other art forms to cross boundaries and cultures and sort of, because it reaches at a deeper level, but at the same time without some of the sort of language barriers, or etc. Then it's easier to actually interact. And I think making music together, it is a fantastic thing by itself. Of course, there are some added benefits. But I think we should, I prefer to focus on the actual music itself and what music does, rather than necessarily all the collateral benefits, which they are. And of course, we've heard about the Mozart effect and all these kind of things. But I think that music by itself, we should not diminish the power of music by itself, and in terms of an emotional vehicle, a vehicle for expression, for creating, being a creative language and an artistic language, and a cultural also element. I think it is also very important that we focus also on the idea that cultural music is also part of a culture. And I think this is a very an aspect that I would like probably sort of later on to talk more about that, about how music relates to culture and the musical identity of young people.
Yeah.
No, okay.
I was going to ask Julia, but she's just disappeared. So, Angelo, how would you react to that?
I can say a lot of things, because from the emotional side, the psychological side, like the music therapy does, the power of the music like an international language, a universal language, a vector of emotions. This is the most important power, because like we say in Italy, if you put in a room 5 strangers, they cannot talk, they cannot express themselves. Put 2 musical instruments, they friend immediately. That is the power of the music, to break the shell that people has surrounding there. For example, when I work very, very often with the special need people, from elders that they can have Alzheimer, dementia, something like that, and they lose their personality, like disappearing in a fog. The music restores the neural part, rewire your brain, and from the memories, the old memories that are sedimented inside your head, you start to live in a different way. I work often with autistic children. They have a plus. They are not a minus, they have a plus. Is a new kind of communication, non-verbal communication, we say sound dialogue, and your identity is still intact and you can develop it. Especially for the young generations, the music can be something that is a salvation to self-expression, to develop your soul, not only your brain, and to I say to lift up your spirit too, but not only in the sense of happiness or sadness, but to make you grow really like a human being.
Mm-hmm. Shabani?
Yeah, the benefit from my side is like me, I have a platform, many artists enjoying the music, the community enjoy the music, the different people coming around the world coming to enjoy the music. I think in Burundi we have some problem because we don't have music school. We don't have many places the people can practice. The artists, the young generation, they can practice their career. They that's I'm trying and think to starting in project. Maybe we can having school for the children, young artists like that. But for me, I'm very happy and I'm enjoying the music because when the festival happen, many people like this year we are receiving uh, thou- 10,000 people coming to to the festival. That for me, I'm very happy for that. Yeah.
That's great. And do you find that there's any barrier to making music? Obviously, you've mentioned the difficulty of practice rooms or practice spaces. You must presumably find it difficult to get all the instruments you might need as well. So, when people are making music in Burundi, do they do it mostly by ear because they haven't got scores? Do they do a lot of singing?
Yeah, in Burundi, the people it play like in like talent because many artists coming from the church is starting there because if the one location you can getting instruments, maybe you can go to the Institut Français in Bujumbura, maybe you can getting some instruments, but the main artist is play like talent. That's why I thinking about to bringing project for the school to helping the new generation, the new young artists because of that. Yeah.
Okay. And do you find that you have similar issues of getting hold of equipment and resources, Jean Albert?
Well, I mean, fortunately I live in the Western world, and although of course I think music deserves and needs a lot more attention. I mean, compared to the situation that could be in Burundi, I think it would be unfair to complain. so if we compare ourselves, as I said, in London or in my hometown Barcelona to other countries, I think, but there's still sort of great needs. I think also, I mean, my experience hearing music from other countries where they probably the technology or the instruments are not available the same way, but there are some cultural traditions that music is really embedded within society, much more even than in our Western world. So I think we also can learn a lot from those cultures where music is actually part of the daily lives, and there is no separation between life and music. And I think that we have sort of in the Western world separated in a way our life from music and other art forms. And I suppose I'm looking at you, Angelo, in terms of music therapy. If we can bring music to be a more integral part of our daily lives, then I think the benefits of music will be even greater. And the socialization aspect of music is going to be something that is going to be natural, not forced. I mean, it is, and in a way, for instance, we have even designed performance spaces, concert halls that prevent socialization. It's like you're sitting next to another person,
Yeah.
but you are not allowed to talk, or of course not to move, and sort of you only see the stage, but you don't see the other people. You don't create relationships. And I'm a great fan of Christopher Small's musicking concept. The idea that the meaning of music, it is the result of the interactions that happen when when there's a performances and when there are music activities. And those interactions are not just among the musicians themselves, but also with audiences and between the audiences, etc. So I think that there's a lot to be learned from other cultures in terms of how we embody music. I mean, in a way, in the Western world, I think we disembodied music, and we tend to focus more on the sort of more intellectual or artistic side, and not necessarily on the movement, dance, and embodiment of music. And I think there is a lot to learn. And although there's certain cultures that may not have the same possibilities that we have in our modern cities in terms of instruments, etc., there are other things that they can teach us in terms of how we embed music in society in a different way.
Angelo?
Yeah, I can say more of this. I agree totally. Because, for example, the art therapies are four: dance movement, music, theater and drama therapy, and plastic painting and sculpting therapy. There is a commission, there's a contamination. Every time is a full experience. The movement is something that happens naturally with the sounds, especially with the culture of the African countries, with the djembe, the other drums. It's natural to move the body playing, and this interaction cut off the borders between public and musicians. We are all on stage in that moment, and I have a lot of experience like this in the Eastern world too. Colin, you are in Hong Kong. I often was in China before the pandemic. They invited me a lot. I played in the International Music Festival of Hainan in the island, in the inland China. My academy has a headquarters in Shanghai, and we have a lot of self-expression that in that culture is a little bit harder to reach, no, for tradition, with spaces we can call open spaces with the music. When the people listen, a music therapist to start a session, they can play with us, they can move with us, they can draw, they can do everything that they want to express itself. And the basic is this: don't stay, like John said very well, sit down to listen to somebody, don't talk with your with the person that you have on your side, but sharing your way to feel the rhythm, your way to move your body, your way to try to play something is not difficult at all, especially for the percussions. And this kind of experience give us a lot of united feeling, if I can say in these terms, because in this way there are no problems to communicate, and is only a discharging of emotions and a restart to renovate yourself, a regeneration, I can say. This is very good.
I think the issue is partly that there is performance music where, yes, whatever the style, we want to sit and listen to people who are doing a great thing, whatever it may be. But there's also this involving social music making, which can be more to do with festivals and opportunities of just getting together. But it can be, as you say, a daily experience. There is a risk, I guess, that if we have too much music in the supermarket and the lift in the hotel, that doesn't really count as music making as such. But going back again to Shabani, I mean, we want to find out a little bit more about the sort of festival you do. Do you integrate audience and performers in their music making?
Yeah. You know, like this year we are getting difficult for logistics because of COVID-19. Yeah, but we are receiving main artists coming from Netherlands, Cameroon, Senegal, and DRC Congo, and also Burundi. And then for the performance, I think for me everything this year it's going to be it's going okay, and then and we are getting some support for the local authorities. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any particular program for young people? Do you have a sort of a youth ensemble or choir or group like that?
Yeah, I have every year I have some program because even next year we have a festival special for local artists, for local young artists, because I prefer every year to organize that because that's I say for beginning main artists don't know how to is no many artists in Burundi is not going to school like other countries to take education, music education. That's why I take this initiative to organize every year for local artists to meet there and exchange themselves and to present something to the audience. Yeah, this program I have for the young artists every year. Yeah, for next year it will be in 19th of February in Bujumbura.
Okay. I think one of the opportunities that we have, obviously, through technology that Yulia mentioned before she went was that it has been an opportunity of connecting with people that wasn't previously possible or wasn't necessary because we were meeting people face to face. So technology and the internet and Zoom lessons and so on have brought people together in a way that wasn't possible before. Is that really socialization, though?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that is better than nothing.
Indeed, yes.
I have the opposite problem here. Now my students turn lazy. They want to stay in the home with the Zoom, with the slippers, a t-shirt, not come in the campus to take a coffee, something that is incredible, no? Because socializing is the campus life, especially in the universities. But now they are comfortable at home. They can do the test online and say, no, I don't want to be back. We are living this thing in America, but I think that to the end, it will back, not 100%. I have to say that, in my opinion, the society never will back like it was before.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure.
I think we have to be careful that we don't misuse technology, but certainly over the last couple of years, we've all needed it much more than before. So we probably need to create protocols for how we can still keep face-to-face, one-to-one tuition, ensemble training and so on, the opportunity for people to learn from sitting in a group of musicians, all aiming to do the same thing, being guided towards an interpretation. So that's one side of it. Again, that's partly the performance side, learning to be a student at an academy or learning to be a performing artist. But I think you've been referring, both John Albert and Angelo, more to the idea of music being there all the time or every day for people to be able to get hold of and take part in without it being so formalized. So how can that be achieved, do you think, in our different countries, in our different ways?
Well, I think, of course, music can take different forms, and the way you engage with music will vary a lot. And I think all the different kinds of music making are needed and necessary. what I think that obviously listening to music passively is one aspect that you can do, but I think we need more opportunities to engage more directly with music making, and even sort of the performances could be a lot more participative and could be sort of helping people to have an interaction with what's happening. But of course, there will be some forms of music making that just artists that have been working for all their lives, and then you can achieve a level of musicianship that is not possible, of course, as a just pure listener. But I think that it is having all these musical ways of making music and listening to music more open is needed. I think what technology has provided also, one of the benefits is the possibility of learning and knowing about music from anywhere. And that's, now you can listen to musicians from anywhere in the world. That's the difficulty, is actually probably to choose what to listen, because there's so much. But it has provided an opportunity to actually engage and learn from and listen to music from different cultures. At the same time, I think it is important. One of the challenges of our contemporary society is the balance between the local culture and the global culture. As this local thing that sometimes has been mentioned, is how to preserve your own culture and at the same time engage with the more global sort of different cultures around the world. But what happens now is that these different cultures are not necessarily only around the world, but are in your own city. Many of our cities, I mean, of course, I'm in London, and there are so many cultures present here.
It's a melting pot, London, like always.
But that happens in many cities. Of course, it happens in my own city, sort of my city of birth, Barcelona. It happens in many cities around the world. Yeah. A sort of immigration, diaspora, etc. That has created cultural environments that are very rich. And different cultures have a different relationship with music, but I think we can, that's when I say that we can learn more. It's not, it is online, of course, because we have this possibility of reaching out through the internet, but it's also in our own cities that we have the possibility of meeting different musical cultures. And I think that I think that the pandemic has taught us how to use technology in new and different ways. I don't think that this is going to go away, because we've actually advanced quite a lot in terms of how we use technology to communicate, to create music together, being in different parts. But I think that the face-to-face interaction should never go away, and is essential also.
If I can have a consideration, we are to divide the two sides of the music, no? A real performance in terms to begin to be a real musician or high level of techniques for this thing, and music for the pleasure to play, like we do in music therapy. We are more focused on the process, not on the performances, no? On the, but something that cannot be replaced is the feeling to stay in the center of an orchestra, for example. My students always know, now we have this screen is like an aquarium. We are like fishes. There is a glass thing. One my student one time said to me, I have my father in jail, unfortunately, and this is like when I go to visit my father. It's terrible, but it's real, because there is a glass thing that take you apart, no? and you are talking with somebody. For example, if you take some students from the elementary school in the center of a symphonic orchestra, when in their life they can have this kind of experience? If they are lucky, they have a piano, maybe a guitar at home. But what I see with my eyes when the littles went to see a big saxophone, golden in that way, shining, and the sound of the woodwinds too, is totally a different experience. This cannot be replaced, in my opinion. Maybe in another way, we will organize with less crowd, maybe, or maybe we back to the huge concerts, I don't know. But the real experience with your ears and your eyes in the middle of a big stage will be not replaced. And this is a big division between education, listening, and enjoying the music, like I said, like a process and not like a performance. Because of course, if I go to see Lang Lang play the piano, I will never reach that level. I was good, believe me, but I will never reach that level. And you can only enjoy the way that he play, no? This is an example, but we can do it example for all the other instruments. What can I do in my home? I can have a fantastic sound system. I can spend a lot of money to listen well, maybe relaxed, no? But a real experience with real instruments, a real orchestra is totally different. In my opinion, we have to save this thing.
I think there was an opportunity missed. We've had several YouTube videos of the performances called flash mobs. And I think if we could extend that, you take the people to do a performance of a piece, usually they're only 5 or 6 minutes, but then could the musicians stay and perhaps get a group of the audience around them, the general public, and just talk to them about music, play music, try to get them clapping a rhythm, getting to singing together, maybe making it into an extension of the flash mob into something more educational and gradually grow the opportunities for people making music.
Yeah. But we have to use the bright side of the technology.
Yeah.
The real good side, in a way to use the technology like a tool, not like a goal. Because a lot of boys now, you can take a laptop, you have a lot of synthesized sounds, you can create your music. This is good because it's an enhancer of the creativity. But if you turn to be slave of this thing, you will never know what is real music. This is about our educators, is a big responsibility, I think.
Shabani, you mentioned that you have people coming from many countries to your festival. Do they get the opportunity to make music together?
Yes, yes. Last year, the artist coming from Zimbabwe is making some music with local artists calling Bernice. Even this year, the artist from Cameroon has made together one song with the artist from here. It's calling Bishu. Yeah, because every year, every day, when the artists are meeting, we're making workshops together and conference and making practice together and sometimes play one song together. Yeah.
I guess obviously to run a festival you have to rely upon audience takings, some money coming in at the door to make sure you pay for the airfares and the accommodation of the visiting artists, and in a way that restricts the freedom of the artists to go out and do open public workshops. But do you have any free events where people can just get involved in music making?
Okay, normally my festival is for communities for free. It's nothing for interest. The people coming, or the different people coming, different audience coming and to see the talent of the young artists around local and international when it's meeting together in the stage, because I try to apply some funds international fund, international organization everywhere, because my festival is first community first festival. It's for free. It's not commercial festival. The people is not paying. Yeah.
Beautiful, very nice.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that example could be followed elsewhere, but I suppose there's realism where we have to make sure things are covered. And a lot of performing artists obviously always like to have something in their pocket as well as the experience of making music. Now, we talked a bit about the feeling that the performers get, obviously, as you say, when you're inside a group of a well-disciplined orchestra rehearsing towards a concert. But if we take just a general classroom situation of music making, how is it that we can make that a really good, positive experience for young people? I'm thinking that some young children don't want to sing, for example. They don't like to reveal their voice. They're shy about the quality of their singing. Other people realize that one or two people can play quite well, but others don't play quite well. And they might be embarrassed, might feel they're going to get shown up. How can we overcome that? Is it to do with the repertoire? Is it the approach of the teacher? Is it just general social acceptance of music making?
Yeah, I think that what is very important for a teacher is to realize what is the music that is relevant to the students. I think that, as I mentioned, as I was saying before, the idea of a very multicultural society, what does is that sometimes you have classrooms with children from completely different cultures that may have the music that they play at home or that they relate to is different to the one that you have in the classroom, but also they may have some groups of friends that they listen to other types of music. I think one of the first things that we need to try to is to create a more sort of culturally relevant and also sustaining music education that really for instance, there are experiences of children that they sing with their friends, but they are afraid of singing in the classroom because they feel that this music is different to their music. So I think there is also a lot of talk about, or increasingly, about the idea of decolonizing music education, sort of because you cannot just go into a classroom and assume that everybody is going to relate to the same type of music. So I think when we talk about music, we cannot talk music as music is just one thing. Music is many things, and the way people relate to music is different. And your culture and the way you're used to relate to that music is also different. So it is very important in order to avoid precisely this disengagement of students or children or young people from the music that is music making in the school, is to change the perspective and put the musical identity of the children and young people first, not the curriculum first. What we're doing now is we have a curriculum. We are teaching a certain type of music, usually Western classical music, because and they don't necessarily relate to that. By that, I don't mean that it's great if they discover new types of music and new styles, new genres, but it is important to start by the music that the children and young people really relate to. And that, I think that should be the focus for a new paradigm for music education.
Angelo, I imagine in music therapy, you have to be very careful about the repertoire that you work with.
Yes, that is important. It's very important, the relationship that we start to create between, we say client, not patient, because sometimes we are not in the clinical side, of course. Therapy has a wide range of things to do, from the discharging of the stress to the managing of your personal emotions in a positive way. There are so many. But the therapeutic relationship is based on a trust. And for the music education is the same. Johnny said a thing that I agree totally, because when they enter in the classroom, they can think that the music could be different. They can be judged by somebody, not about the technical skills. But the music is not that. Music is enjoy. I use it to teach with the Orff Schulwerk methodology and the Edwin Gordon music learning theory that is totally free, based on the audition of the music, on the self-expression, and this is the correct relationship that I think that we have to start to use with everybody that we have in front of us, because we don't know the personal history or the origins. We have not a folder. We say, okay, this is the person, blah, 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 blah. When we meet another soul, because this is a soul meeting, a sound soul meeting, if we use two different words, we have to start to share. And the only thing is sharing the musical culture, listening so well what we face, the person that we face, and try to give something from us. And it's beautiful. In Italy, for example, my original country, now the immigration is a big issue, because before we was not used to have multicultural classrooms. And now 90% of the classrooms are starting from the kindergarten and that is a richness. This is not something that prevents you to grow, but is a richness we have to use to be very open-minded and curious. Curiosity is on the base of every discovery, and to discover another culture from music or other things is the best thing that you can do, because this is the only way to enjoy yourself like a human being, I think.
Mm. So Shabani, taking this example of how you want to integrate different cultures and so on, when you're compiling your program, do you choose very carefully how you put different groups together, or do you just invite anyone who happens to be able to come?
No, though normally the people applying, we are not calling for artists. The artists applying, and the people we are choosing is the delegation, the professionals. The professional, we invited them coming because we need to market the local music, the local products to the organizers, to the festival organizers. That's why we invite only the professional. But for the artists, everywhere we are announcing in our website, in our Facebook pages, the people applying, then the committee, we making selection. After selection, we are announcing the artists selected.
And does this then stimulate a lot of new music from your local musicians?
Programming, we are respecting many people coming from the local artists and others coming from outside.
Uh-huh. I had one thought when you were talking about how we want to make the music relevant to people, that it's a sort of a negative use of music. In Coventry, where I used to work, there was a problem in the town at night. There were a lot of young people getting together, and the locals were not too happy about the mess and the noise they made. So the council decided to put up some loudspeakers, and they played Beethoven through the loudspeakers, and suddenly the young people disappeared. I think it's unfortunate, but of course you can understand why. There is a complete lack of understanding from one generation to another, as it were, about the value of music or the value of certain music. And I think that, we talked about, if you like, the great Western canon of art music. And for many people it is, as I say, a threat. It is frightening. It's something they don't understand. Now that's possibly because we haven't, perhaps through the schools, helped them to listen to it or to understand it. But all music, of course, is based on the same three elements of melody, rhythm and harmony. And ultimately, we can try to approach any musical style, any culture, through the language of the music itself, whether it's written down or verbal or oral. So I wonder, should we have a policy of making it that trained listening is the most important part of music education. Rather than playing, rather than singing, it's actually how we listen to music.
I think you cannot, you should not differentiate between listening and being more actively engaged with music. I mean, the active engagement can be, of course, listening. I mean, listening is an engagement with music, but also with dancing, with other ways of movement that you can engage with music. I think that it is not just a question also of repertoire. It is a question of the processes of learning and the process of participating in musical activities. I've heard, for instance, about teachers that they have a musical culture that is not written, and other teachers say, well, can you not write it down so that we can all, that defeats the purpose. The question is that this oral tradition is as important as the repertoire, because it's a different way of engaging with music. And I think sometimes in the Western world, we forget about that, or we don't understand that. We say, well, let's write it down. It's not an song. The question that if you have a classroom that you have children from different cultures, that they have a different approach of how they engage in their own homes, for instance, with music, just to bring in that to the classroom and to share not just the song, but also the process of learning, the process of participating in music. I think this is very important. And I think because there are some elements in terms of financial elements and of political elements, etc. There is a tendency that we will talk about music in education. We think, without saying, we are actually referring to Western classical music.
Yeah.
We don't say, but we should make clear what we're talking about, and not just imagine that the Western canon is because there's some fantastic music around the world that we could learn from, and I think that tells us about how we approach diversity, that different ways of approaching diversity and inclusion, and we tend to think in the Western world that inclusion is to have a lot of culturally diverse children and young people playing classical music, when the true diversity is to have a lot of people enjoying and sharing their own musical cultures from different, and being offered the possibility of doing that.
Here, the engagement of the institutions, for example, from this side, is very good. It's very good because we have always meetings and in which the multicultural classrooms are involved in a way that every student can take from home a traditional instrument, for example, to play, to show how to play. It's very funny. I like so much all the traditional African instruments, starting from the djembes, the other kind of sounds, and when we have Chinese students, they take the kind of harp, strange kind of harp, flutes, different. The sound is beautiful, and from this point of view, I am lucky to say here in the USA, because we do the inclusion lessons in this way. John is right, because we start always from the thing that the classical Western music is the base, no? But it's not like that, because the world is a sphere, it's not a square, okay? And to the opposite side, we have something always to learn and to discover. And this is the most beautiful thing to live in this place.
There was a very interesting thing happened about 30 years ago. The great Sunday Times, when it brought out its weekend magazine, divided up all the arts into the theatre, into sculpture, galleries and so on. And then they had a section called music. And then then the smallest section was called classical. And I thought it was, at that point, 30 years ago, even the Times itself had decided to split music into all music except classical and put classical almost on its own as a small side afterthought. I thought that was quite fascinating.
Yeah. Well, we call world music. What is world music? Everything is world music or ethnic music.
Yeah, I think that's one of an old discussion, but I totally agree. I think we should scrap the term world music, because it's usually a term that is being sort of put together from the Western point of view, saying we have classical music and world music. But in a city like London, where I am, Indian music is British music, Turkish music is British music,
Exactly.
sort of Chinese music is British music. Is no world music. It is us, and we have to understand that our current multicultural societies, they have diversity in cultures, but I think that music education is very slow in adapting to this new reality, and that has to start by policy. Of course, there are some policies that need to be in place, sort of curriculums that need to be a lot more open and flexible, and also the teacher training for music teachers has to change also. And instead of coming with your curriculum, it's just what is there already in terms of the music that the children, young people do live and find that is their own and they relate to, and then from that to share with everybody and develop from that. So I think there is to be honest, in the Western world, we need to be a lot more humble in terms of how we approach music education in our contemporary society.
In Hong Kong, we've had a couple of concerts with a youth orchestra. One of them, they played in almost complete darkness, and they did this deliberately to show, to give people an idea what it might be like, obviously to be blind, and yet still appreciate the sound. I know there are some restaurants where you have a blind dining experience now for the same sort of thing, to appreciate the taste. And I think sometimes to listen, we do need to get rid of the other interesting is that while the music was played, they had a sand painter. So somebody with a box of sand, and they start painting pictures in the sand, which then are projected on a screen over the top of the orchestra's playing. And again, bringing together the idea of another art form, combining with the musical sound. So I think this is something they are trying to do here, at least, to extend the possibilities that through a concert experience, we actually are developing more understanding of integration and so on. Shabani, I mean, thank you for your link, by the way, to the festival. I think we're all going to be following that and finding out what you do. Do you have opportunities in your work to see a progression from the schooling through into the profession? How do the young people make it from school into playing music, not just for pleasure, but also for their friends in performance?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. That's why every day I thinking about that. You know, I think now it's the moment to thinking and to see how we can integrate the young artists from here to go back to school and to know how to play in the good way, in the good to get the good education about music, because many artists play like talent in volume, but no in level education levels. That's why for me I think I saw many Angelo, you have a school. Yeah, we have to keep in touch and to see possibility how to we can keep in touch, and how maybe can bring you coming here to see the levels of
could
the
be an
young
honor.
because
Yeah.
because we can make maybe a project to see maybe we can see EU maybe can support us to bringing maybe professional, or we can sending maybe the young to go outside to taking some education.
My academy is totally open to exchange of students, to organize seminars, workshops, everything. Let's keep in touch.
Wow.
And let me write my personal email to you in the chat, okay? In this way, you can write directly to me.
Yeah. Thank
Well,
you
it
very
seems
much.
a very convenient way in which for us to say that this has been useful for people to get together and talk about ideas that we all share in different countries with different backgrounds, and it will lead to more opportunities for us to contact each other. And through the World Music Conference, we can actually develop a lot more links as well. So thank you very much, all of you, for your time tonight. And we'll sort of tell Chithra that we've had a good conversation. And if you take part in more and can join the conference in December, look forward very much to seeing you all again, and best wishes with the festival and all the teaching and all the education. If you're ever in Hong Kong, let me know. It'd be very good to see you all over here as well.
And we keep in touch. I had to back in China.
That'd be great. And I
have
must visit
question
Burundi.
Before we leaving.
Yeah.
I have question before we leave. Okay,
Go
I
ahead.
want to know everyone their institution. I
Sorry
started
there.
by Joan Abbott.
Sorry, I don't quite understand. What did you say? You want to know about our background, or?
Yeah, I know everyone their institution. If it's the festival, if it's academy, if it's the school, I want to know.
So I'm involved here in Hong Kong with a radio station, and I do some professional and amateur conducting. I've been involved with some schools. John Albert, I think you got a lot of connections in London.
Yes, well, I'm from Barcelona originally, but I work and right now in London. At the moment, I'm primarily doing consultancy work and doing some research and writing. But my background has been primarily in leading music education institutions and programs, and both in general in the UK and Spain. But I was trained also in Boston, Berklee College of Music. So I've been sort of around the world also a little bit.
Very nice. Beautiful. Berkeley is the dome of the education.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this email. Wow.
Okay. Well, I think we have each other's emails on the general message, the circular, so we should be able to stay in touch that way.
With the Zoom link, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All the best, everyone. Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you.
Speak to you again soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
I would like to introduce Dr. Patricia Caicedo, a Colombian Spanish classical soprano and musicologist. She is also a physician and specializes in the study and performance of Latin American and Spanish music.
Hello, my name is Patricia Caicedo. I'm a soprano, a musicologist, and a physician, and today I'm here to talk about the impact of music on individual and social health. I'm very happy to participate in the World Music Conference because I'm convinced of the importance of music on people's lives. So today I'm talking about the impact of music on individual and social health from a historical scientific and musical perspective. So we will have an interdisciplinary view to this, the presence of music in people's lives. So music had been present in life of the human since the beginning of times. We can we have evidence of numerous evidence about the use of music and sound in magic and religious rituals, in which shamans, who were the main connectors between gods and men, experts of botany, interpreters of dreams, doctors and mystics, use music to cure and to reach altered states of awareness, of consciousness. One of the evidence is the presence of a draw in one of the Paleolithic figures in the caves of Les Tres Frères, in which there is a mask figure, the masked dancer, also known as the tiny wizard with a musical bow, in which an individual is in upright position and wearing the skin of a bison, celebrating a type of ritual, dance ritual, accompanied by an instrument that appears to be a wind instrument that is present today in numerous African tribes. Right from the corners of Siberia to the Amazon jungle, having also been part of the North American and Asian tribes, the shamans have had a prominent role within the community as a spiritual and social guide, also as a healer or medicine man or woman. The role of a shaman was always linked with music and dance that were key elements to achieve altered states of consciousness. Practically all systems of thinking and spiritual traditions have used some type of musical expression to adore, invoke, or ask the favor of its deities. Likewise, numerous scientific, religious, and philosophical theories, both old and new, credit the structure of the universe and the existence of the universe to sound. In Western culture, the main thing that comes to our mind is the Old Testament, the New Testament, in which Saint John in a moment says, "In the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." The Word referring to the sound. However, much earlier, around 2000 before Christ, in the Assyrians in Old Babylon wrote in the Code of Hammurabi, one of the most important documents in the history of medicine, in which the medical practice was regulated in great detail. They wrote about the importance of music for healing. In ancient Greece, also between the 5th and 4th centuries before Christ, we found thinkers as Plato or Aristotle writing about the importance of music. Plato, in the famous The Republic, wrote, "Music is extraordinary because rhythm and harmony make their way to the most intimate part of the soul, and they bestow it with the strength and grace." So, the Pythagoreans also wrote about the music in connection with mathematics and the order of the universe. And later on, between the centuries 9th and 11th, the golden age of the Arabic medicine, the famous doctor Ibn Sina wrote the famous book The Canon of Medicine, a book that was translated into Latin and for centuries considered a reference point for Western doctors. In that book, he made a special reference to the use of music and also to cure mentally ill people. So, in the Middle Ages, also music was very, very present. I can think now in the times of the Black Death, this pandemic that killed millions of people in Europe, at that moment, music and medicine became one, because when the Black Death arrived to a city, there were the musicians who were called to start singing and dancing to communicate with the gods, to ask for the forgiveness of their sins as a path for healing. There were groups of singers called the Geisler Lieder, who sung songs called the Geisler Lieder, that were those specific songs that were asking for healing and forgiveness of the sins. So there are a lot of relationships between music and healing in the Middle Ages. There is a beautiful book, the famous Decameron, written by Boccaccio, the Italian writer, who in 1398 wrote this Decameron in the time of the confinement. So he wrote these 10 songs that were linked to each other, that with the clear purpose of healing. Every song is sung in a group as a method of protection against the imminent plague. So much power was given from ancient times to musicians and was linked with music with healing. So much that in ancient Greece, the god Apollo, was the same god for music and medicine. So the history of this connection goes on until the Renaissance. And in Italy, for example, there was a great author, a physician, a musician, an astrologer, and a priest called Marsilio Ficino, who wrote a work called De Vita, the Book of Life, in which he states that the music embodies the perfection and harmony. Perfection and harmony induces the feeling of tranquility in its listeners and its performers. So in the Renaissance, numerous authors talk about the benefits of music for healing, and it was a requirement for doctors to know music. So I have a presentation here to that probably would be interesting for you to see. So now we are here in this part of history of music and medicine. So how through time, in the 17th century also, we find many examples. The German Jesuit mathematician and philosopher Athanasius Kircher, who wrote a book called Musurgia Universalis, a piece of work which influenced such important composers as Handel and Bach. And he stated that the different musical styles influence the emotional and physiological characteristics of the individual. So determine the musical preferences we have determine our health, and also determine the treatment that the doctor should give to a patient. So this is amazing. And in jumping to the 19th century, we find for example, Dr. Hermann von Helmholtz, who inaugurated the field of acoustic physiology. So from that time on, researchers started to try to decode the physiological effects of music in the body, until we arrived to the end of the 19th century, in which the first experiments of music therapy are undertaken in Roosevelt Island in New York. So to decrease the pain when in surgeries, and to help in psychotherapy. So many through centuries, we have come to at the beginning of the 20th century, find that the different levels of neurotransmitters and hormones are affected by music. So for example, epinephrine, interleukin-6, dehydroepiandrosterone, and substances linked with stress are decreased in the plasma concentration, and so have positive music has positive impact. And there are many studies in that direction in which is demonstrated that music affects how the body works, how the brain works. So now we arrive to the brain. So I said the brain works because in the 21st century, the studies have centered around how we process music, how is the music, the cognition of music in the brain, where is the music processed. So apparently, the music is not processed in just one part of the brain. And the process of music in the brain is a multimodal process, which means that music, once we perceive the music, we have we have an ability to establish multimodal cross connections within our senses, and multiple areas of the brain are stimulated. So this is great because it means that upon listening to music, the brain is activated in this multimodal perception. In other words, a multitude of processes, areas and networks are activated, which means that we are not limited to just listening to the sound, but the perception of sound is linked to emotion, to memory, to images, and as a result, the study of the perception of sound and music implies studying the mechanisms of brain cognition. What is the cognition? So cognition is a human characteristic with which we need for surviving. It has defined in many ways, from the processes of general thinking and the intellectual capacity that includes memory, attention, and learning, right until the acquisition of knowledge of surroundings and sensory systems. It also includes the processing and acquisition of languages. Although there is an overlap of the regions of the brain which are involved in carrying different cognitive functions, there is also a certain level of specificity depending which cognitive abilities we are referring to. The concept of cognition have changed during the last century. At the beginning, the study of cognition was dominated by two paradigms, the cognitive paradigm and the adaptationist paradigm. These models try to explain how the brain worked and how the mental operations were carried out, and how the evolutionary mechanisms have contributed to the development of these brain abilities. But going back to the 40s, in 1940s, we find the beginnings of the cognitive science as we now understand it, when there was this boom of the cybernetic movement, and researchers start comparing the brain to computers. So the influence of this model of the study of cognition promoted a disembodied view of cognition and of the musical experience. Using this paradigm, cognition of music was studied just as an analysis of symbols, concepts, representations, ignoring, for example, the role of emotions and the body perceptions. In contrast, the cognitive conception of the mind promotes a view that is organized into modules, which gradually adapt to the extent that they evolve. As a result, the complexity of human thinking is analyzed in terms of evolution modules of conditions that adapt through natural selection in order to help us in survival, in survival. So these models, the cognitive and the adaptationist model, had been defied or questioned recently by another model that considers this multimodal perception and this way in which we are part of an environment, which means that the cognition is not something that happens in our skull, inside of our brain, but is something that is extended. The cognition is something that is embodied, that happens through the body. Cognition happens in a body that is connected to the environment, is embedded, is enacted, and is extended, which means we are plugged into environment, into a social, historical, biological environment that determines the way we carry out our cognitive processes. Our cognitive processes are constantly evolving and adapting and relating to the environment in which we are inhabited, which means our habits, the stimulus we receive. I'm now talking about music. The musical stimulus we receive are determine how all these pathways, neuronal pathways, are created and evolve at any age in the world, at any age in life, which means not only the benefits of music are not only present in childhood, they are present at any age when we are performing or listening to music, because we have something that is called the brain plasticity, meaning the brain is adapting and changing constantly through all our lives. And when we are, for example, performing or interpreting the piano or the guitar, playing an instrument, this is a very demanding activity for our brains, in which there are motor, emotional activities at the same time, where attention, memory, emotion, motor capacities, all of them are at the same time happening and representing a big challenge for the brain, which is developing new abilities, pathways, and also producing neurotransmitters in different ways. So this is one of the reasons, because practicing music, and also practicing music in conjunction with other people, because in this way we are not only stimulating our own brains, but also stimulating our own brains in relationship with others, building community. This is super powerful for our brains. So cognitive processes are not limited only to the brain, but rather pass through the body without limiting it. Everything in my surrounding environment, everything I touch, I see, I listen to, the objects and devices I use, all form part of my cognition, a cognition that is extended and embedded in the environment. So when I'm playing an instrument, to put it simple, playing music is actually the brain carrying out a high performance task, because simultaneously is activating cortical mechanisms related to the execution of highly specific cognitive and motor functions. In fact, many studies which compare the cognitive skills of musicians with those of non-musicians of the same age show that the musicians perform much better than the non-musicians in all cognitive skills tests, showing that musical training is a protective factor against neurocognitive aging. Also, it improves playing an instrument because when we are playing an instrument, we are exercising perception, attention, memory, and learning processes. Musicians have always shown better abilities to learning languages. So the only fact of hearing that is backed up by several scientific studies, that I could refer you to should be an enough stimulus for you to start playing and listening to music at any age. Music also increases the creativity and the ability to correlate different subjects, the interdisciplinarity, the connection between subjects that appear to some people not to be connected, but the musician has the ability to connect those because of the many neuronal paths that are created when they are performing music. But I'm talking about music as from the biological point of view. I'm talking about a chemical cocktail that happens when we play music, because there are many, in a matter of seconds, when we are playing an instrument or when we are on stage, there are a lot of hormones and neurotransmitters that are being released to modulate our brain and body, to modulate anxiety, to acute our senses. All these things happen when we are playing music, but something also not only from the biological music point of view is important, because music is not only biological, it's something cultural, it's something historical. It has a biopsychosocial component, music, that makes that we can identify with certain musics along our lives, certain musics that we are linked with our own history, with our own identity, with the identity of our country or community. Music helps us in such moments as when somebody died, somebody that is important for us dies. Music is part of an essential part of a brick for building the community, the social identity of a community. When we lose a member of our community, when somebody dies, music is always present in all the death rituals around the world. When somebody dies, music is always present, accompanies us in important moments of our lives. In fact, many studies also have shown that one of the most important reasons to listen to music throughout the day, nowadays that music is ubiquitous and is in all our devices. People uses music throughout the day to experience and regulate emotional states. So music is important also to give us a sense of meaning in life, to produce happiness. Many studies of happiness, especially the ones done by Dr. Chichen Itay, the specialist in happiness, who identify these characteristics of the activities that produce happiness, that are activities that are challenging for us but that are achievable, activities that require our whole attention, activities in which we lose the sense of time. For example, when we are making music, these activities produce happiness, a sense of meaning of life, and a sense of purpose. Also, the music helps to build communities. And sometimes we fall into the trap of thinking that the music that is helpful for us is the Central European music. People linked with Western classical music. There is the famous Mozart effect, in which many people thought that their children would become smarter if they listened to Mozart. This happened because most of the studies that had been done using music and trying to understand the effects of music in people's minds had been done within the Western societies that are penetrated by the paradigms of thought in which the music from the Central Europe, which were the previous centers of power of 18 and 19th centuries, those centers of power canonized their music and put it in the center of history, and assigning to this music a lot of value, and not acknowledging the other musics of the world, and not recognizing the same value, beauty, and level to the others musics of the world. But nowadays, 21st century, when those centers of power have disappeared and we can defy those paradigms of thought, we know that all of the musics of the world are equally valuable, and all of the music of the world have an important effect in people's lives. The music affects us in the measure that it has meaning to us, in the measure that is linked with our own history, with our community, with our environment. So the different musics of the world have an important role in its own societies, and they have important value as tools for building communities, healing people, producing happiness, and creating mental and physical states that leads to health, cognitive and physical, mental, spiritual health. So all these ideas are part of my new book, We Are What We Listen To, The Impact of Music on Individual and Social Health, a book that you will be able to buy from this week on, and I will present during the World Music Conference. So I don't have more time now to talk. This is a subject that is amazing, it's super interesting. So I'm only have to say now that I'm very grateful for this invitation, and that we have to include music in all people's lives, in education of children, teenagers, and in the lives of people of all ages, because at any age the brain plasticity allows music to have a positive impact in our brain and mind and body. Thank you.
Namaste everyone, my name is Kanika Agarwal, and today I just want to say a few words about music. For me, music is smile, music is laughter, music is all about sharing your good things, bad things with your closed ones. For me, music is enjoying little things, because I believe that if you're not able to enjoy those little things, you won't be able to enjoy bigger things in your life. For me, music is everything. Since childhood, I'm a lover of music. I used to dance, I used to sing, no matter how am I singing, but it gives me energy. Even if I'm in a bad mood, I'm in a good mood, any kind of mood, I need music. I'm in a workplace, I'm in my home, I'm cooking food, I need music. Because without music, I feel emptiness. And I feel that music makes people come closer and sharing their thoughts. Like in my house, we used to play Antakshri with a number of generations all together sitting. So it is like we are sharing thoughts together. We come to know each other through music. So I think music will always be in my life, and I will always be connected to music. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to invite you to the virtual award ceremony today. And we are equally excited to announce the awardees for 2021. The 7th British Carnatic Choir BCC Awards for Arts and Culture. The award reflects the wealth of great art and culture around us, and the people who add more value and bring in a positive change in our society. The awards are designed to recognize arts, scholars, art organizations, and individuals in support of museums, heritage sites, and cultural entrepreneurs who have excelled through their creativity and commitment. These are the individuals and organizations that bring people within our communities together through the art forms and have made a positive contribution to society. We hope that you enjoyed the virtual awards ceremony as we have. Our hearty congratulations to all the awardees this year.
soprano and musicologist specializing in Latin American and Iberian vocal music. I'm here to express my gratitude and my happiness for receiving the British Carnatic Choir Award for Arts and Culture 2021. Thank you very much. This is a big honor and especially meaningful to me. As an artist scholar, my dream and my goal is to raise awareness about the importance in equal level of appreciation of all musics of the world. I dream with a world in which all of the musics of the world, independently of the cultural context in which they have been created, independently of the historical, political, economical context of its production, are equally valued and appreciated. So this is sadly not happening nowadays because, at least in the Western world, most of the educational institutions are still anchored in colonialistic teaching structures when they are perpetuating Eurocentric teaching models in which the music of the so-called centers of the 18th and 19th centuries are taught, and the rest of the music of the world are ignored or not seen, heard, or appreciated. So my dream is to contribute to create the awareness of this fact and to ultimately include in the curricula of all of the institutions the musics of the world, in the same level of value and appreciation. For this reason, I consider this World Music Conference very important, because we are hearing voices from musicians and music lovers and people who work around music from different corners of the world, different cultures, different contexts. And we are also raising awareness about the importance of music for maintaining our communities, for maintaining our personal, individual and collective health. So this is very important that this is happening in this World Music Conference, and I feel honored to be part of it and to be receiving this award. I'm also an executive board member of the International Music Council, and from there we are trying to promote the existence and the importance of the 5 music rights that we hope that they will express and promote all around the world. The right to express ourselves through music, the right to have all the tools we need to educate ourselves in music and also to express through music, the right of the musicians for receiving fair remuneration, for having the tools to express themselves musically, and also the right of expressing in freedom, with freedom of speech. So I hope
that through this space we contribute to the straightening of these 5 music rights. And again, thank you very much for giving me this award. It is a big honor and also is a stimulus for me to continue working hard to promote the many benefits of music in our life. Thank you.
First UAE female composer, I feel very honored to be selected for the British Carnatic Choir Awards 2021. It really means a lot to me, and I feel very inspired to do more towards music and collaborate in future, inshallah. I would like to give my sincere thanks to the patrons and advisors for choosing me for this recognition. Thank you very much. Iman al-Hashmi.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Hong Kong. I'm extremely honored to be receiving the British Carnatic Choir Awards for Art and Culture 2021. I'm also grateful for the recognitions I have received for my work as a music educator and children's choir conductor. Music education is important for all children. It teaches many valuable lessons children cannot learn in the classroom. For this, a school choir can play an enormous role in teaching music. Human voice is a unique and inborn instrument. It is a great way to learn different music elements as well as to work on different technical skills through singing. It also builds imaginations, which is a key part of every childhood, and teaches children a variety of cultures. Apart from learning teamwork and being able to work with others, participating in school choir can also help children get involved in school and develop a stronger sense of belonging to the school. Last but not least, it develops children's self-confidence and perseverance, which are both beneficial to their study and whole person's development. On a closing note, I sincerely thank British Carnatic Choir once again for presenting this award to me, Mr. Colin Tutchin, as well as my teacher, Professor Leon Shiwai Tong, for guiding me throughout the years. As the Deputy Principal of St. Stephen's College Preparatory School in Hong Kong, the Secretary General of World Youth and Children's Choral Artists Association, and also the founding members of the International Choral Conductors Federations, I promise I will continue contributing and devoting myself in music education as well as children's choir development.
Very special thanks to British Carnatic Choir Board for selecting me, and a huge salute to all of the universities, each of whom have made incredible contributions to the World Music Conference. Thank you to those who nominated me and supported my nomination, especially Dr. Shinta. And of course, thanks to my extended family, friends, University IMB Morumbi, United Nations Baptist Church, Fritz Gold, and the United Nations for always supporting me. Knowing I have your support and dedication makes me a better, happier person, both at work and at home. Thank you so much.